no difference, really. Yeah.
Except they can take what they've got of you and put it in another light and chop it all up. That's the only thing.
Yeah. Make you sound like a conspiracy theorist.
We should only be so lucky that people pay that much attention to the shit we gotta say, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow. Do we really care?
No. But we've had much better off-air chats than ever on air.
Yeah.
Which is kind of stupid, but I'm too lazy. Otherwise, I'd figure out how to get some video recording software. You know, the kind that all the trolls use to record everything you do and then use it against you.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be pretty tight.
There's quite a few programs.
Yeah, I've just never messed with it. Yeah. So we're going to be talking about dreams and stuff today. You guys have any cool ones lately? Or do you even remember your dreams?
I don't remember my dreams at all anymore.
I don't know.
Only if I catch it right when I'm waking up. You know, that little bit goes right before it. Yeah, I just don't. For years and years.
Would you say that it's around the same time you became a pothead?
I became a pothead probably seriously around 17. And I used to dream back then, but not. Yeah, I think it probably aided to that. I think it probably did. You're right.
I noticed when I was the heaviest in my phases, I had like phases off and on of smoking once a day, once a week, every so often, like just on the weekends, and then also every day, all day. And those times, I like at the end of the night, I just passed out, you know. I'd be smoking my last bowl and it'd be giving me a headache because I smoked so much. Mm-hmm. And I did not ever remember my dreams then. Not at all.
Yeah, that might be the way it works. I daydream, but not at night.
I love dreams, man, especially when you remember a really cool dream. You wake up and you're like, oh, hell yeah, that was fucking badass. And it just makes your day better. I don't know.
Yeah.
Especially sexy dreams.
I was laughing at what Victoria said in chat.
Oh, why don't you read the note to class?
She said she had a dream about Adam this morning telling her to repent.
That probably wasn't a dream. That probably really happened.
And I just want to shout out Alyssa, Brittany. It's good to see her.
Hi,
Hello,
Alyssa.
Allie's here. Hey,
Zoe and Victoria and Martin D. Tinfoil.
Nice.
Yeah.
And it's Martin's birthday today.
Martin.
Flat Earth British.
British. Yeah.
Flat Earth
Yeah,
British.
I went over to his show. Yeah. Martin speaking.
I watched a lot of it. I didn't see all of it, though. It looked pretty interesting. That one guy was talking a lot. That other British dude.
Yeah, and I just dropped out and went over to FreeChan and did my little presentation on ferments. So
really,
yeah,
we need to do a health show one day. Just talk about all that cool shit. Because a lot of people don't know this stuff. Even people that know that doctors are bad and they're into health and nutrition, there's so much they don't know, you know.
Martin is 49 years young.
Yeah, he don't look 49. He looks like 33. Doesn't he though? I give him 38 at the most.
Yeah. He's got a high metabolism.
Yeah, he's got the energy of a freaking 18-year-old though. Usually.
A good thing though.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can burn yourself out when you don't take a break from that.
Exactly.
Yeah, people need to step back every once in a while from whatever they're doing, especially this flat earth drama.
Everything in moderation, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what they say, but I don't believe it.
Except the weed.
Put some weed
Except
in it.
weed.
Yeah. Screw that. Oh, that's I made my kombucha with some sugar leaf weed.
Nice.
Sugar leaf.
That'll be-
Oh yeah. The family.
Yeah, the sugar leaf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Some ginger and some rosemary and some lavender.
nice. I sent you the
I'll do that.
pictures of that bud I picked a few days ago, right?
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah, and that tree bush looking thing.
Fuck
Holy
yeah.
cow.
Oh wow, I
Dude.
saw that.
Did
Yeah.
you? Oh
I
my
did.
God,
It was
John.
incredible.
I didn't.
That was a real bush.
Liney. You need to show Liney.
Yeah, you need to share. Everyone needs to see.
Mm.
Yeah, that plant, well, there's like 3 of them, and they actually grew from last year. They planted some clones. I think it's called Gorilla Glue. And for some reason, they just popped up this year by themselves. Like maybe there was some root left in the ground.
Oh.
I'm guessing, because none of them were male. You know, they were all females. So it's not like it came from a seed. And then basically the whole year until it started budding, they never got watered. They never got fertilizer, nothing. They're growing out of like basically the desert earth, you know, dry,
Wow.
hard earth. And then once they started budding, we're like, hey man, we should probably take care of these plants. So we dug a little trench around them and would fill it with water. So we just basically were watering them, and that's it. And the grasshoppers like to get in there, and they don't mess with the buds, but I don't know what they eat, but they get so slow and high, and even the spiders get high. And like you go to touch the grasshopper, and it's like, it just walks. It can't even jump. It's like, just walks a little bit and then stops. And some of the grasshoppers actually started turning kind of purple, like the shade of the plant.
Wow.
Isn't that weird? Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, man, that's a true testament that weed is a weed. You know what I mean?
Wait. Hayeki from the Netherlands. Is it the Netherlands she was from? And I probably butchered her name, but she's out there too. Shout out to her. It's been a while since I've seen her.
Yeah, that's one.
Shout out to Teresa.
They look amazing under blue lights.
Hi, Fruity, you.
Look at it though. Look at it. What the ground is growing in. Look at this desert ground.
Yeah.
It popped up by itself, and it's so green and sticky. There's so many crystals. Let's see.
And it's not covered, and it still has the sticky on it. I tried to tell the girl that helped me here that I didn't have to cover the plants. The sticky will not come off.
Right.
And with the rain.
See if you can see that. You see those crystals? Look at them. Can you see it all right, though?
I see them, yeah.
Triclones, aren't they?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Crystals! Even the leaves are covered in it.
Ooh, did you eat it?
Yeah,
I tried to eat
on a
it.
leaf.
Did you eat the bud? Because, oh my God, the seeds in my buds were so juicy. I was really pleasantly surprised at how good they were. Oh, they can't see on the YouTube.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's not showing on there.
It's always saying it's not showing on the
You need to select yourself to...
Oh, no wonder. Yeah. Hold on. Dang, that sucks. Okay, that should be better. Is it gonna play? Guess not. No.
You need to present it.
It's presented now.
Yeah, it is now.
Okay.
No.
So yeah, that's the plant. That's one of them. But it's growing right out of desert.
What is it doing there?
I don't know. It just popped up by itself.
What is it doing?
It's a weed. That's what weeds do.
Oh, Jim.
Oh my goodness, man.
Look at that thing.
That would be an incredible find after a 100-mile walk in the desert, I tell you.
Yeah.
Forget the water, man. Give me a joint.
Just eat that thing.
Oh, dude.
Got the crystals. Crystals. This is probably, I should probably be like showing the actual image rather than whatever this is. Oh yeah, here we go. That's a good one.
Nice.
Crystals, look at them.
I like a pound of that.
Never.
Never. It's mine.
Let's see.
It's dripping up.
Wow.
That's pretty.
Ever seen them in the blue lights or black lights when they're like that?
No,
They look amazing.
I can only imagine.
Yeah. See all the flowers of that. All crystals light up. I just had some good pictures, but I had some growth. I don't have them anymore. I had to format. Lost all my shit.
What are you, like, sleepy or something?
Yeah. 2 a.m.
Oh man, that sucks.
So,
Aiki got her plant stolen. $3,000 worth.
Who?
Martin D, who is Haiki. Haiki? Oh my god, I'm probably butchering her name.
Yeah, that's all right. Oh, that sucks, man. My friend called me from California. He's been a grower for a couple years now, and he just got 11 pounds stolen of actual plants that were drying and curing, not whole plants, but like already picked and trimmed bud. So now he's living out on the farm in a camper with a loaded 40 cow, just waiting for anybody to show up.
Was it, well, were it thieves or was it the law? Does he know?
What's that?
Was it the law that took it, or was
No,
it?
it's
Oh
thieves.
no,
He
it's
thinks
thieves.
Yeah,
he
got it.
thinks it was meth heads.
Yeah, people do
Specifically.
that, man. I'm surprised nobody came and chopped mine down, but I got the dog.
Right. See, I never saw yours though. I didn't even
I
notice they
know
were there
because
until
I
you
know how
pointed
to
them
make
out.
invisible because I got
There's just so many
nature
other
works
plants.
for me.
You got
Yeah,
magic.
you make things go invisible.
That
Smell will give it away.
because you smoke it before it's time to grow.
Well,
Yeah. So my homeboy that's camping out in a trailer waiting for thieves to come again, he's got some friends. One of them's a partner, and he actually...
shout out to Rando. Sorry, AC.
That's all right. Mr. Princess.
Yep.
Oh, hail. Hard Earth. Wait.
Hard Earth. Woo woo. Shout out to Hard Earth. Okay, continue.
No, so yeah, his partner just bought 10 acres of wheat fields, and they are growing ergot fungus. They're impregnating the rye with the ergot fungus, which you turn into LSD. And they've been, this guy's been making LSD for like 20 years. And he knows ways to make LSD have different properties. One of them would be like a way more visual kind of high. One's more like a body high with increased sexual arousal. So basically it's like the Viagra of LSD. And then another one is more of a sleepy, like less energetic, more third eye kind of a spiritual type of a high. And they're getting these results by feeding the rye different nutrients, also starving them with water in some instances, and it just creates different effects. And this guy also has a small cactus farm. He's growing San Pedros, he's growing peyote, and one of his San Pedros, which is normally just a big tall cactus, right? It actually fans out into like a Chinese fan looking thing. It's been mutated, and he's been cloning it for like 10 years, this mutated cactus. And they make like different kinds of mescaline that have different properties. So he's like super into psychedelics and making basically custom psychedelics.
I've never heard
You know
of
what I
that.
mean? Yeah. It's crazy. Because you would think it's like, well, LSD is just what it is. It's LSD. But again, there's always those other little alkaloids, kind of like how different strains of weed give you a different high.
Yeah.
Well, if all it was the THC, then that all bud would just make you high, and that's it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get a different kind of high off this one and that one.
Mm.
So I guess it's kind of like the same philosophy.
So Haiki and Martin D are together. There's a connection. They made a connection on. So, yay! They're in love. Woohoo!
Oh yeah.
Shout out to love. Huh?
Yeah. Shout.
Yeah.
So they've been. Do y'all live in the same state or what?
They're coming.
Or country.
They're talking from Martin's account. So, where are you guys at?
Yeah, does anybody else want to join the show?
Yeah, you want to come on and talk about it?
Shouting that love.
Allie,
yeah, Johnny.
Allie says 5-HTP it works amazing. It's like, yes, it does. I love it. I actually stopped taking it every day though. Now I'm taking just a slightly higher dose, like once every 2 to 4 days. And the nights I take it, man, I get such good sleep. Like, amazing.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. And actually, Johnny, you would like 5-HTP because it makes psychedelics and marijuana work better.
I definitely like the sound of that.
Yeah. And it just makes your mood better in general.
Yeah, that's great.
Kind of like a natural Prozac in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they live together. Oh, in Holland. Oh my God, you guys are so cute. I wanna visit everybody. So maybe I'll go to Holland because Vinny's there also.
You gotta wear wooden shoes,
Yeah.
Can I just go barefooted?
No.
Damn. Well, then I can't
People
go.
would look at you like you're crazy without wooden shoes on.
Well, I didn't want to spam Free Chan's chat with this show.
Might as well. They spam other people's chats.
Well, go ahead and do it then.
Nah, fuck it. Yvette's a cyborg troll from the future. Tranny. a cyborg tranny troll from the future. Sent to destroy the flat earth.
Because I've researched my trolls.
That's a good one, dude. Yeah.
It's got a big black book.
Yeah. With a pencil. A number 2 pencil. Good night, Martin D. and Haiki. So happy for you.
There's AC Stock.
Yeah. That warms my heart, let me tell you. I mean, seriously. And they're not like putting it out there. We didn't know. They just kind of, you know, I wasn't seeing any more videos from her and he wasn't showing up in chats. So now I know why. They weren't putting it public, and now they're living together in Holland. I think that's
amazing. A
that's
couple
awesome.
people hooked up.
Shout out to
the
Crow.
Effie.
Oh man, did you invite him in? Yeah.
I don't know.
Crow
I
man.
sent the link out if anyone wants to join. So, back on topic, quote unquote. Have y'all ever had a lucid dream?
No.
No? Damn. You never had a dream where in your dream you realized you were dreaming?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I remember dreaming trying to fly, and you're like half an inch off the ground,
Yeah.
and you can't get out of that. But I also remember being like in familiar places, like your own hometown, but it doesn't look anything like your hometown.
Right.
You know, things are just disguised what I already know, but not maybe where I know I'm actually dreaming. That's interesting. I don't think so.
See, that's weird because I had lucid dreams maybe when I was like 11 or 12, a couple of times just on accident. And I never really thought about it till a little later in life, maybe 18, 19, 20, 21, somewhere around there. And I was reading about lucid dreaming, like the whole works about it. And then I started having lucid dreams and trying to make myself have them. And one of them, like one of the first ones, I still remember them vividly because lucid dreams, they stay in your consciousness way more than a normal dream, you know, because it's like you're awake when it's happening. And so this one, I'm in my garage and I'm looking around and there's shelves, like 3 rows of shelves all the way around every wall. And on each shelf, there's some kind of object, like a trinket or something, right? And I'm looking around and I was like, am I dreaming? And I was like, nah, you know, I'm awake. This is, and I was like, and then I'm going to each object on the shelf and I'm like looking at it. I'm like, yeah, that's supposed to be there. And yeah, that one's supposed to be there too. And I couldn't convince myself that even though my garage had no shelves with items on the wall, you know what I mean? It was completely foreign. I was still convinced I was not dreaming. I was awake. And then I did something to where I looked at a word. There was a, hey Zoe, how you doing?
Hi Zoe.
Hello.
So I ended up, what's up?
There's a, hey Zoe.
Hi Zoe.
Oh, hey Zoe, you gotta
watch page on.
mute your YouTube page. All right, cool. Yeah, just go to your YouTube page and mute it where the chat is. But so one of the dream tests is like looking at a clock. You look at a clock, see what time it is. You look away and then you look back at the clock, and oftentimes the time will change. Same thing if you read a sentence like in a book or a newspaper. You look away and you go back to read it, it's completely changed. One time I looked at a clock and say it was like 11 o'clock, right? I was like, okay, it's 11. And then I looked back at it and it was freaking hieroglyphics. I mean, it wasn't even numbers anymore. I was like, oh, hell yeah, I'm fucking dreaming. And another one is looking in a mirror. I don't know what it is, but actually looking in a mirror, it's not a mirror. It's like you can actually go through them in your dream. So then I realized I was dreaming, and then I went on to have a pretty badass lucid dream. And a lot of times in a lucid dream, you'll think you woke up, but you're actually still dreaming, you know? You're like, oh man, I fucking woke up, you know? That was an awesome dream. But then if you do another dream test, like look at a clock, for instance, you'll realize that you're actually still in a dream. It kind of works like Inception. And there's something with your mind that doesn't want you to be conscious during a dream. It wants to keep trying to trick you to go back completely out of control. You know what I mean? But yeah, lucid dreaming was like the first step towards eventually like doing astral projection and having a full-blown like spiritual awakening. I think it's part of a spiritual journey, you know. So hey Zoe, how are you, dude?
She's still muted.
You got your mic muted, Zoe. And Ace has the controls.
Controls? What are you talking about?
Like,
I
can
can't
you
unmute.
her? She has to
No.
unmute herself?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I had myself muted.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
It's early morning there for her.
Yeah, it's great morning here. So great to see you or meet you finally, Cynthia.
Ah, good to meet you, Zoe.
And hi, Johnny.
Hi, how are you, Zoe?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. What time is it where you are?
It's 3 o'clock.
Wow.
Oof. What are you in London or something?
Oh, I'm in Denmark.
Oh, Denmark. Okay.
Wow.
I already knew that.
Hi, Liney.
Hello.
I think you and Cynthia. Holy cow, Johnny, is that you?
That's Johnny.
What am I doing?
It's just
Truck
your
driver feedback.
Yeah. Two-way radio feedback.
Yeah, somebody hacked Johnny's computer and they always try to mess with us now when we're talking. Oh well. Yeah, Cynthia, you should do shows with people like Zoe and stuff, you know? I think that'd be pretty good. Talk about all y'all's health related stuff.
Yeah.
I still want to do a health related show too. One of these days. Even though I don't live by example.
Oh,
I'm the same.
Yeah.
but, yeah. Here's some coffee at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Me.
It's been an active day for hangouts.
It sure has. I think Mark Sargent's having a show right now. That might
Oh
be where
my
everybody's
goodness.
at.
A live one?
I don't know. That's what people are saying. They're like, oh, you're going to have a show at the same time as Mark? I said, no, he's having a show at the same time as Mark.
Oh, fantastic! Mark, I'll meet you at the hotel.
Okay.
I've got my fairy costume.
I don't get it.
I hope not. I hope you don't get it.
JK. No, he's not having a show right now.
It was 8 o'clock.
Oi, oi, shout out to Joe Cool. Oh, he's going to bed. Sweet dreams. He was on watching me earlier also.
Nice.
Yeah.
See one of your groupies or something?
No, I don't think so. I'm more of a groupie.
Nice. Damn, I should have got a bottle of wine, damn it.
Yeah, what were you thinking? You didn't even prepare. It's
I
like
wasn't
spur of the
thinking.
moment.
I know.
Put some meat in it, Ace.
And all my costumes are
Zoe
great. What is that?
Zoe will share you some wine.
I got some scotch. I guess I could drink scotch.
What kind of wine is that, Zoe?
Goose water, not goose wine. Gåseby in Danish.
Ah.
It's called Goose?
No, it's just a, like a nickname. Gåseby. If you don't have any wine, well, we have Gåseby.
Gåseby.
Okay.
She's
Sounds
saying
yummy.
it in
Goose water. Goose wine.
goose wine.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Joe. Joe Cool told you to fake up, face. I can't do the.
What? I didn't hear what you said.
Thank you.
She's high.
Joe,
Thought I looked like.
you're beautiful.
Yep.
AC, show us your puppy.
My puppy, this one?
Yeah.
Can't hear me.
He must not eat a lot. I'm thinking.
No, it's a teacup. It doesn't get very big.
Oh, they do. Oh, they do.
Oh, shout out to Dave. Kentucky Dave.
He's tired.
Hey, Dave, have you had a lucid dream? Dave? Hi.
What?
Ace. I love your dog.
Hey, Tony, Caitlin.
Shout out to Caveman. Nice.
Hey, Tony.
Tony Caveman's out there?
Tony might have had a lucid dream or two.
Hey,
He
Tony.
I once had
Yeah.
a lucid dream when I was in and it was just like this huge stone, like a opening in not a pyramid, but a square, huge building. It had a smaller roof than the base, and when you went in there, you would levitate. And everybody was, it was just a huge, I mean, I can't even describe how big it was, but a huge room. I wouldn't even call it a room. But everyone in there was, flying in different, but not flying, just levitating, but they were just laying in the air,
Oh.
while they were flying.
Did this happen right before you moved or anything like that? Do you remember?
No.
No.
Many years ago.
Did you know you were dreaming?
Yeah.
Oh, those are so awesome. I love lucid dreams. Yeah. And it's real easy to have them if you just start thinking about it. Most people just don't care about stuff like that or astral projecting and, things like that. But it's real easy if you ever want to have one, and they're very exciting. I don't know. It's like you get better sleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you wake up and you're like, oh man, that was freaking awesome. And I don't know, you just think about it the rest of the day.
Yeah. I used to be really good at remembering my dreams.
Yeah. So the easiest way to remember them is you just keep a little notepad and a pen by you when you sleep, and whenever you wake up, just kind of make it a habit, like try to remember any dreams you had, because usually within the first... Johnny?
Yeah.
Okay, that's better.
Opening the jar week.
Okay, we were just getting a little feedback.
Oh, let me mute it. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, if you keep a notepad, a dream journal, and just write down what you remember about it, and you'll find more and more every night you'll start remembering you had dreams. And the more you write it down, it's just the fact of actively trying to remember it. It'll push it more and more into your waking consciousness, and eventually you'll realize, because everybody has dreams every night. The problem is you just don't remember them, or you sleep too deep. When you wake up, you might have remembered a dream you had, then you start getting ready to go to work or whatever you're doing. Next thing you know, you just forgot about it. So if you write it down, you'll just start remembering more and more detail, and then your dreams will become more and more vivid too.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Take the phone or use your phone. but maybe that's too. I mean, if you you know, put it so, make it so it's on that page when you open it.
Yeah.
So you don't. I mean, like an alarm clock. Instead of an
Yeah.
alarm, just what's on your phone when you open your phone, and yeah, because the very act of sitting there writing can, yeah, make you forget stuff. I mean, do as a little action as possible.
Right. Yeah, the trick is just as soon as you wake up, that's the first thing you're thinking about is, oh, let me remember what my dream was, and try to write down as much detail about it as you can. I mean, you might just remember you saw somebody in your dream and you can't really remember much else, but sooner and, you know, later on you'll end up remembering more and more to the point where you'll remember so much it would take you all day to write everything down, because it's like you had a whole nother experience. And it's almost like adding lifetime, you know, years to your life if you think about it. If you know, if you those are real experiences. You know, what happened in your dream, it's an experience just like it is here. Sometimes it's just as real or more real, like the emotion you feel.
Yeah. The dreams where you wake up, I mean, really, really devastated, or something, you know, someone died, or something really, really, you know, you don't cry like that. You maybe haven't cried like that for years, but you just wake up because it's just so, I don't know. I mean, not that it happens often, but when it does, it's really, really.
Right. Well, your ego's not involved in your dreams, so it's not there to protect your emotions like it is in the waking world. You know, we have all kinds of defense mechanisms to make us not think about, you know, sad things, and just keep us going and living. But when you're asleep, or when you're astral projecting, or when you're tripping on a heavy psychedelic, your ego's not there. And when your ego's not there, the experience is way more intense because it's directly affecting you.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're on a really good trip, even a color can just look so fucking amazing that you look at it now and your ego's like, that's just color red. No big deal, you know? But yeah, man, it's the key. Just that's like the first key, I think, is just remembering your dreams would be like the first step towards spiritual awakening, you know?
Yep.
And your life.
Yeah.
I mean, not that there isn't a spiritual side. That's not what I'm saying at all. But that would be the result or the effect of it, or the, what do you call it? The ultimate result.
The more you can get yourself outside this 3D duality world, the more you realize there is something else, you know. A lot of people, and that's the problem with the trolls, they are 100% this 3D world with 3D physics, and that's all there is, you know. There's no God, there's nothing cool. You can't manifest things. It must be a sad fucking world, you know, living by mathematical equations your whole life, you know. And I took a lot of math in college. I was very much into it, into science and everything, and was pretty much almost a self-proclaimed atheist until I started looking more for truth and found some conspiracies. Then I was highly depressed for like a couple of years after I found out about the money system, the Masons, you know what I mean? All that kind of bad stuff. Chemtrails. Oh, God. When I found out about chemtrails, I'm on the computer. It's like 2004 or something, and I'm looking up all this crap, and I'm like, oh, my God, they're spraying these people with chemtrails wherever they are, right? I was like, I've never seen one. I'm glad they don't do that around here. I go out into the backyard. I look up. There's like 8 fucking chemtrails crisscrossed along the sky. My stomach dropped. I was like, oh, my God. How long has this been going on, and how have I never noticed it? And it's depressing, man. You get a real bad outlook on life. And I think that's why they let all these conspiracies out into, or allow them to be out in the public, because they're serving the same purpose, whether they're physically hurting you or whether you know about them. That's almost worse than knowing about them. You know, like knowing the NSA is listening to everything you say and shit. It's something in the back of your mind that just, it's fear. And, we do manifest things. And people, like today, what were they talking about? CERN, like why, if they're into this dark magic, why do they need CERN to help them perpetuate their what they want to manifest, right? But the reason I think it is because, yeah, everyone's capable of manifesting things, but when you get more and more people in on it, then it works even better. And having a physical thing like CERN, and then and then everyone knows like CERN is this fucking weird portal gateway, so they're putting their intention into CERN, whether they know it or not, and it's negative energy or positive energy, and they use it all to accomplish their goals. The same with the 9/11 thing. We had part to do with that because of all the predictive programming in the media. Everyone's subconscious knew planes hit building. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have you seen some of the documentaries where people go through and they show all the album covers, the little spots in movies and TV shows? It's everywhere. So, yeah. I don't think any of us watch TV, do we? Well, I know Johnny does all the time.
Yeah.
He loves it, Johnny. Can't pull himself away.
I threw it out 8 years ago. 9 years ago. Hey.
Sometimes I'll walk into the professor wherever he is and see the TV on.
Into the doctors?
Huh? No, in the
I watched TV for a few years now.
just in the rooms where he's at, the professor. He's got TVs in every room. But he's quit putting them on downstairs in the kitchen where sometimes he does, but it's not constant all day long that CNBC.
The Disney Channel's where it's at. You got to watch that like 12 hours straight.
Like 24/7, Johnny?
Yeah. Well, 12 hours at first, and then you lean into it. Because it feels so good.
Yeah.
It is good.
You gotta get all that sexual programming in.
Now it's shortly after Obama's inauguration, and all the commercials, and I just had to go out in the kitchen all the time. I couldn't stay in the living room where my daughters were, and I just said, I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand the propaganda and the commercials. It's going tomorrow. So we go out to the dump and just very satisfying.
Yeah.
Recommend it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And I have ad block, and
Yeah, me too.
radio either. So aside from when you go to the grocery, see the magazines, I don't get any commercials on Facebook either. I'm not so much on Facebook anymore.
Yeah, that's good.
Some people think it's the greatest thing ever created, you know.
Or Facebook?
Facebook, yeah.
The greatest thing ever created was us.
Ooh, that's right.
I don't know. Facebook's pretty sweet. It's got that white background and whatnot.
Yep.
I can't have 5,000 friends in real life. I need Facebook.
That's all you can have.
That's right.
Just 5.
It's like dial a friend.
Dial a friend.
Yeah, remember when there was these phone lines you could call, and there would be 10, 15 people online?
No.
No.
I just got into YouTube a year
Party
ago.
lines? Party lines?
Well, I mean, but there are these different kinds of, Yeah,
explain.
and sometimes someone would come online that was naughty, and he would just troll the whole phone.
The whole
Jake,
chat.
you should know all about
Yeah, it was called 0059 0059.
that.
Yeah, crazy stuff. But yeah, that was before the computers. That was in, what, 84, 83? 83? Was
Oh,
before?
wow.
Yeah. So, you didn't have that?
No, I don't. Jeez, no.
We're way ahead.
Oh, it's funny when you
In reality.
when you watch some of those 80s films, and you see how progressively the phones got, eventually smaller and smaller. But you feel like watching some action adventure film, a guy in a Jeep in 82, and he's got a phone the size of a watermelon with a hand coming out of it,
Hell yeah. Bigger's better. Damn
Hey,
straight.
satellite phone.
Yeah.
Jeez, I didn't even get onto computers in high school.
Yeah,
So-
I just missed that.
And that was I graduated in 87, so I didn't get into computers.
Yeah. Computers before that were worthless, though. They were just typewriters with a screen.
Until the 90s.
Yeah. Really, the internet's what did it. Not
It
even
is.
The internet.
computer, it's the
Yeah.
internet.
Okay, right here, everybody. What year did you go on the internet? Me, late 2000.
Yeah. I would say 94, 95.
I'd say about 2000.
With AOL, and I had a Pentium 1, like 100 megahertz or 133.
Oh, yeah. You're talking to me, baby. I was just an ace that
You are, man.
definitely.
Good. That's right.
But for me, in 16 years, I haven't seen much improvement on the internet. In fact, like around 2005, 6, 7, 8, around that time, sites looked a lot better. People that wanted to, make their sites look good, or there's more graphics. It's really gotten really base now. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, just how it's gotten more sparse, and the information on Google or wherever has really trickled down. I'm a researcher from way back, and used to be able to get all kinds of information that you can't get anymore. It's kind of like McDonald's, Reader's Digest.
Or the Anarchist Cookbook.
Yeah, but
I was asking, so now you can go on YouTube. Why would I?
Yeah, you can still find those things. It's just
You
have to know what
I
to
have
type.
no idea,
yeah. It's weird. I only started going on YouTube about like 2 to 3 years ago, like right before I started looking at Flat Earth. I never cared for it. I never cared for any social media. I don't answer emails. I don't do any of that shit. And I was just looking at stupid stuff on the internet and maybe some hollow or expanding Earth type theories. I'm not sure what I was looking at exactly. And then
shout out to Ben. Matrix Decode.
Matrix.
Yay, Ben.
Matrix Decode.
when you're like a movie buff the way I am, and I look at musicians like trying to perform on the Mike Douglas show or something, back in the day, it would always come up on YouTube. That was the one place you could see that where there weren't even copies of any of that. So I've been like a member here since '08, but never participated, in videos or groups or anything until I guess last year, maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah, me neither, man. I didn't even have a YouTube account until Flat Earth. Finally, I wanted to get in a live chat and like comment, reply, like comment back to people and whatnot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I didn't even have a freaking account in order to do that. I was just one of them rogue people, couldn't even comment.
Like this for a long time, with the Google Plus and the YouTube channel. I like the anonymousness. No, anonymity.
Yeah.
Anonymity.
Unanimity.
Yeah, the world really, another psyop they pulled on us is making everyone care what other people think about you.
Exactly.
I mean, you shouldn't just go around like, oh, I don't give a fuck about anything, you know, but you shouldn't like make yourself do things you don't want to do or you would rather do because of what other people might think, you know, and that it causes like social anxiety and all kinds of
yeah, but we
crazy
still do it,
shit.
though, don't we?
I know, I'm telling
Yeah.
you.
I like to get out of it. It really is.
The mindset of what the Danes call the Jantelov, the law of Jante, where it's like the Ten Commandments, and instead it's just, don't think you're smarter than us. Don't think you're worth anything. Don't, you know, this mindset of just, oh, you think you're smart, huh? Don't think so. And keeping everyone down, policing everyone, you know.
Yeah.
So
There's a lot of control going on. That's for sure.
That sounds a little negative, right?
what?
That kind of sounded a little negative.
But that's the way. That's the mindset. I realize that it's not only a Dane. You know, it goes on over the whole world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true that.
So
Everyone's capable of exactly the same feats.
the pettiness.
It would suck to be your typical female in America. Like, you can't even go to the beach, even if you're hot and you look great. You think you're ugly. Like, I've known so many girls like that. It's like, what are you talking about, a woman? Chill. Like, you gotta put makeup on to even go to the convenience store. I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's all broken. And, you know, like when I was in high school and stuff, I was way more introverted. And I didn't, you know, even when I was a kid, I didn't like to like order my own food at a fast food restaurant, you know, like talk to the cashier and all that kind of stuff. And then I got into sales and I was still kind of that way. Like at a bar, I wouldn't be talking to everybody or anything, you know, but I could go to a random family's house and do a sales presentation with them. That wasn't a problem, you know, but, yeah. Oh, that was Cynthia. Oh. But yeah, and then finally, you know, about 8 years ago, I just realized, oh yeah, fuck, it doesn't matter. And half the people aren't sitting there judging you anyways. Like it's just forgettable, you know? Everyone else is worried about what you think about them. They're not,
Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly. Yeah, but everyone else is worrying about what, yeah, so you don't have to worry.
Right. Yeah. I don't know what, I know that's put there on purpose though. Maybe it keeps us conformed better, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But it's definitely driven home.
Because everyone, I mean, nobody wants to, but they can't either because they're, you know, so put down by the whole. Yeah, there was this little video about what was in, you know, thick women's magazines or men's magazines.
Yeah.
Colorful magazines. How many commercials were they in? They pulled them all out. And this was nothing new, and what wasn't anything. Nothing was new. It was just all the messages that were left in there when there was, you know, like this much left from a big fat magazine. Were all money, sex, and how to do this, and yeah, to, you know, aside from all the commercials that had made you feel bad in the first place, then there's all these, you know, get affected and get weak, and then all the shit can come in. You know? not explain myself very well. Anyway, anybody feel free to.
Yeah, all the ads that make you feel depressed and self-conscious, and then we got medicine for your anxiety and depression.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I was surprised to find out how many Danes were on medication. I had no idea.
Oh, you don't want to mix Prozac or Ritalin with marijuana. I did that as a teenager when they were trying to administer it to me, and I drove down a highway, and middle of the day, went into, like, my eyes got darker and darker. My heat was building up in my body. I was like suffocating, having this weird reaction to it. And I was like blind, except all I could see were the taillights in front of me. Everything went dark in the daytime. So it was a close call.
This was Prozac and Ritalin mixed together?
No, it was one or the other.
And weed?
Yeah, and weed. Because I took it and I smoked a joint and drove down to the city, and it like hit. And I had the weirdest reaction I've ever had in my life. I've never taken pills since then. I don't take drugs.
Yeah.
It's coffee and pot and cigarettes, and that's it. All the good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, shamans, speaking of tobacco, I'm not trying to tell people to smoke cigarettes, especially store-bought cigarettes, but tobacco is one of the most important sacred herbs known to shamanism.
Mm-hmm.
It's highly, highly regarded. That's why, like, even the Indian peace pipes, those were tobacco. And tobacco is an enhancer of all the other medicines. Have you ever noticed you smoke some weed and then you take a couple puffs of a cigarette and you get even higher? You know what I mean? It's an enhancer of everything.
I do indeed.
And it has something to do with your frickin' pineal gland as well. I need to research more about this, but I've just been looking a little bit into it. I still think store-bought cigarettes are no good, though.
Oh, that is true. I unfortunately smoke them.
Same.
And ever since we were talking about that, Ace, I can feel that chemical burn from whatever it is that's in that, you know, all the more so.
Yeah.
It's not smooth. It's so rough compared to almost any marijuana.
Have you went and bought your own rolling tobacco yet?
I've tried to do it. I haven't gotten to it yet. And the problem is I'm going to have to get the frickin' butts too, right? I'm not going to just have a filterless cigarette, right?
No, I'm
going to be rolling joints and tobacco all day long. That's all I'm going to be.
Look, what I used to do, and I stopped smoking store-bought cigarettes because they started tasting like shit, and I was wondering why, and I lady at convenience stores like, oh, they just passed a law about fire-safe cigarettes. Now there's a chemical in there. I'm like, no shit. I thought I was getting stale packs of cigarettes. So me and my girlfriend went and we got it's a slide machine. It's got a tube on the end and you stick an empty cigarette with a filter and everything. You stick it on the tube, you sprinkle tobacco in, and then you slide it and it fills it. So then I went and got like a $50 metal like square, like 1 foot by 1 foot. It's got a handle on it. It's got the little tube sticking off the end. You stick your empty cigarette tube on there, sprinkle the tobacco in, and pull a lever, and it fills it. Boom. Put another one on, sprinkle. Boom. You can make like 100 cigarettes in like 15 minutes. It's crazy. Yeah. In the time it would take you to drive to a convenience store and buy a pack of cigarettes, you could have already made 2 packs.
Right
with
on.
Better tasting, better for you tobacco.
I'm laughing.
I'm
laughing. It sounds just like if we were in a movie and you were talking about something that was you just found out, but this had been going on for forever. And then they had these machines you could put tobacco in them. My parents used to use those. They probably had them in England at the time. But
I never knew they freaking existed at the time. all I had seen is a joint roller. It's got like a piece of cloth and 2 roller wheels, and they're so hard to use. Have you ever used one of those?
Yeah, but it's easier to just roll them in your hands. You know.
Yeah. But I liked the tube ones, and what I would do too is you can load the most perfect joints you ever smoked in your life. I mean, you can fit like 3 grams into one joint if you want. So what I would do is I'd take that tube, it has a little filter on the end and everything, and then near the filter end, you sprinkle a little bit of tobacco at the very end, and then you sprinkle the rest as weed. Pack it down, you inject it into the cigarette, and now you've got a joint. But when it gets almost down to the filter, it turns into tobacco. So then you get your like 1 or 2 hits of tobacco, you put it out, and that way you never have a roach, because all the weed has been completely smoked. You feel me? And when you're smoking it as a joint, you just take the filter and you pinch it and pull it all the way out. So now you just got a perfect tube with a giant hole in the end, and it hits so hard. It's like, oh, it's crazy.
I'm too high to hear all this. Too much instruction.
Or are you not high enough?
Well, this is true. I got to.
Yeah, I kind of, my mind phased out when the instruction started also.
Shut up. I hate you.
Oh, okay.
We have so different smoking cultures, because for us in Denmark, you know, that's just how we do it. I was online here on YouTube the other day, and guys go completely crazy. You have all these different, you know, all these different kinds of weed, you know. It's just, or this liquid that what do you call it? Dab.
Yeah, oil, wax.
So advanced, you know, all the coffee shops, the American coffee shops, they're just, I mean, it's amazing.
Have you ever dabbed?
No.
Oh, it's amazing.
Totally, wow, what's going on here? I felt kind of out of the loop.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You take like, just like what would be the equivalent of 1 water drop, right? That's all you need. You heat that shit up with your little contraption, breathe it in. It's like you smoked 2 bowls of premium weed all at once. Like,
yeah. This
it's
girl
crazy.
Showing all the different. This one is this, and then she tries that. She tried 10 in a row.
She tried them there on the spot? They'll let you test it? Is it legal there?
No, this was on YouTube the other day.
Oh, okay. What's the status of marijuana in Denmark?
Huh?
Is marijuana illegal or is it legal? Can you buy it in stores?
But we're working on getting it legal for medicinal purposes.
Oh, okay. Well, every purpose is medicinal in my opinion.
What?
All the purposes of weed are medicinal in my opinion.
Yeah.
I want to feel better. Okay. You know?
But,
I don't want to be not high right now.
What?
I said, I don't want to be not high anymore. Well, here's a prescription for this.
Yeah, well, they just cleared out the booths in Christiania not long ago. Within 2 weeks. Completely cleared out Pusher Street. So.
What, you used to be able to buy weed there?
Yeah, but the police came, you know, they would continuously raid the place. And, yeah, it got very violent. So.
Yeah. Well, hey, as soon as they legalize it, you need to try to get in on selling it, like a dispensary or a grower or something. There's so much money to be made that is absolutely ridiculous. It's completely insane.
And, you know, I at least I can say I grew up in Washington, D.C. in the 70s. I grew up at a time where weed was just everywhere. The head shops, the whole thing, to the point where the vendors were outside on the main streets of the tables. I'd be skateboarding by, and I'd be hearing, "Our prices are lower to get you higher." So I came out of that, and then it turned into the 80s, you know, and then the 90s, and it just the connotation of drugs and also marijuana got more risen to the negative from propaganda, not drugs, but I'm referring to pot. And it went from something that everybody knew was pretty much okay. In fact, my own father is a brain surgeon, said when I was a kid, he was like, the most that marijuana can do is put you to sleep. You know, he wasn't like thinking of it as something that's very dangerous. But anyway.
But he never smoked it, though. I know that for a fact.
Never.
Wow.
Yeah.
How do you think that happened, man? Just through propaganda? Because look,
well, the Reagan
years
were huge on that. That was one big one. Just say no.
I mean, I guess what I'm thinking of is like the baby boomers, all the like your parents, or you know what I mean, like that. The people born after World War II, where they had like 6 and 7 kids each family, right? None of them, all my relatives I know that were like born as baby boomers or whatever, they don't smoke weed and they have no concept of what it is. You know what I mean? It's like it totally missed that generation as general. But then now you got the Gen Xers and whatever generation I'm supposed to be. I think a Gen X. But anyways, all of us all know what weed is. You know.
So the Generation X and the millennials, and then what? Well, somebody said that the other day. Yeah,
the last one is scariest sounding. It sounds like the last one. It's like the last generation or something. What do they call that?
I'm trying to
like
remember.
The kids born like after 2000.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's whatever.
You're
I think the Gen Xers are the last ones that can be broken free of this programming easily, you know, like people in their 40s and 30s, that kind of range.
Yeah.
I don't know. You don't see a lot of college kids in the flat earth community, you know what I mean? I guess they just don't care about anything like this anyways. Care about Minecraft, Call of Duty.
Yeah, they're too smart for us. That's what it is.
Yeah.
If my daughters hadn't grown up with me, then they would probably be pretty, yeah, right. The earth is flat, yeah, right. They would be.
Yeah, I didn't catch that. There was some weird interference. Liney?
No, I always told the kids, I always told my daughters, you know, told them to keep their eyes on, not just, you know, the meaning of words and like authority.
Yeah. Etymology is fun. That meaning of words. So what do you guys know about astral projection?
Not a whole lot.
Same.
No.
Well,
yeah, there's some people last week.
But I have done it before.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not quite what most people think of it, I wouldn't think. But to me, it's more like a dream that you enter from an awake state.
Yeah, exactly.
There's like 2 types of astral projection. One, hello?
yeah.
Okay, I was just getting feedback. One that everyone thinks of is you're laying there and you float out of your body and you can see your body laying there. I would consider that more like remote viewing almost, to where you're still like your spirit's walking around this 3D world. For instance, you could lay there, start astral projecting, leave your body, float right through the wall, go outside into the street, look in your neighbor's car and see they got a thing of orange Tic Tacs on the center console, right? You could float back in your body, wake up, walk out your door, walk out into the street, look in that car, and there's the orange Tic Tacs.
Yeah.
And there's people that can do that. I've never really been able to do it that way. I always go to like a higher plane. There's like the causal plane, the astral realm. The astral is actually the lowest form. You know, you got like etheric, causal, and then you start getting to places that have no form, like no duality. It's like just all light and sound. I don't think I've ever really been there. What's that? No?
Yeah, I've been places like that intentionally.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you
school when I went to healer school for 2 years, 10 years ago, and yeah, so we would do that. We would beam ourselves up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was white. It was endless.
Kind of like a tunnel when you left. Did you see the tunnel? Like almost like a portal, like opening up, and then it's like a star trail coming down.
No, we used a blue beam. And then, yeah, golden and then white.
So what were y'all are trying to do this on purpose?
Yeah, we were trying to, what was it? Get, maybe just cleansed, or I don't know. I can't remember. It was just downloading, you know, like stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, like stuff out of existence. I think all the information already exists. Like when you get an idea, it's not really, you didn't think of that. That idea is already out there. You just kind of tapped into it. Something to back that up would be inventions. Have you noticed that a lot of major inventions throughout history happen from multiple people at the same time, like the light bulb, or the printing press, or electricity, you know, all these things, or the nuke. Fuck, we had, and of course there's other reasons, but and not even saying nukes are real. But
Ben Franklin was the first one with that freaking kite.
Yeah.
But I don't believe he did.
No, but what I mean is like a new product that comes out. It's like 3 different companies release it at the same time. It's like, it's almost like they're being fed into the consciousness, and everyone can tap into it, you know, but electricity wouldn't have existed, say, in the Dark Ages, you know what I mean? It wasn't, no one could have thought of it yet, but once we got to like the 1800s or whatever, all of a sudden it got put out into consciousness, and anybody can sort of tap into it. But yeah, there's all kinds of information that gets downloaded, is the perfect word too. Because I certainly had that. I had downloads of even the beginning of human history and things like that, that you don't find in the Bible, but it corresponds with the stuff in the Bible. It's a different take on it. But yeah, the astral projecting thing, I got into that like maybe 10 years ago. This was right before, like a year or 2 before I had a Kundalini awakening, and I just learned about that pineal gland and astral projecting and sleep paralysis. That's actually part of separating your consciousness from your body. And everyone thinks sleep paralysis is demons gonna try to get into you, and it's not. It's the only reason you're scared when you're having sleep paralysis is because of your ego. It's the same reason that you get scared when you take a high dose of mushrooms or something. And you're like, oh, fuck, I'm scared, you know, because your ego's losing control. And it always wants to be in control. And it'll scare you into giving that control back. And you'll try to force the situation. And you know what I mean? Instead of going along for the ride. But sleep paralysis happens a lot of times if you're lucid dreaming or astral projecting. And I wanted to astral project so bad, and I was researching it, trying to find out how, and da-da-da. So I was meditating a lot, and, you know, meditation, I think a lot of people have the wrong idea. The best way to just start meditating is you just lay there. You just lay on your bed for like 5 minutes. Close your eyes and just focus on nothing. Anytime a stray thought comes into your head, just ignore it, you know? Like, check out that thought because it will keep coming back, but then once you've seen it, ignore it. And don't try to imagine anything. You're just focusing on the blackness and nothing, really. And just doing that, even, you know, 5 minutes at a time, to where you can get comfortable with laying there completely still, just thinking of nothing. That's like the best thing you can do for yourself, if you could just do that 5 minutes a day, and you actually get energy from it. And sun gazing is a whole nother thing, but I think everybody should do that too.
You doing that?
So yeah, sun gaze. Yep.
How long have you been doing it?
Cynthia does too. I'd say 2 years, but really I haven't for like the past 5 months. I've only done it like twice in the past 5 months, but I used to do it every day, like starting at like 30 seconds and then building up to a minute. And then finally I could do it for like 5 minutes at a time. And when I got to the point where I could do it 5 minutes at a time, I had so much energy. I didn't need to sleep as much. I ended up sleeping like 4 or 5 hours a night. I'd go to bed at like 2 a.m. and then boom, I'd pop awake like 15 minutes before the sun would come up, and I couldn't go back to sleep. And right now I'm getting back to the point where I can just sleep all day, you know? So I need to start doing it again. It was amazing. So I'd wake up before the sun would come up, and I'd walk outside barefoot and get in a little spot and just stare at the sun rising. You know, you can do it when the sun's setting, but I never did. I would always do it. I think the sunrise is even better.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Have you sun gazed?
No, but it is a different light.
Yeah. It's weird. It's almost like it's information. I don't know how to explain it, but the sun, man, there's something weird with the sun, and there's something to the fact that these occultists are all sun worshipers. There is a power behind the sun. I don't think you should be worshiping the sun. It's a creation, not something that's created, but it's one of the most powerful sources of energy in our existence, you know.
Well, couldn't
in our physical world
come out of fear? That would ultimately have started with fear.
Yeah. Well, see, all these sun worshiping places, though, they've all got their pyramids, you know, the pyramid with the sun, right? Do you know what that pyramid represents? Is specular rays. It's a 60-degree angle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's exactly what the sun does when it's above the clouds. The beams come down at a perfect pyramid shape, just like the Great Pyramid. And that's why you'll see their emblem. They got the pyramid with the sun on the top, you know, and one eye in the middle. That's your fucking pineal gland, because the sun goes right into your fucking pineal gland. I have no proof of this, but I'm pretty sure it can decalcify your pineal gland, like repair it.
Yeah. That sounds plausible.
You know,
and I had migraines, not migraines, but oral migraines, but my skin is very sensitive to light. And I would put a pillow on my head, and then I could still see when I did like this.
Yeah.
I could see my hand. Of course, there's a connection.
That's right.
In the brain, but yeah.
No, I've always noticed that too. You could close your eyes as much as you want, even when it's dark out, and you wave your hand in front of your face, you can see. And doing stuff like that, it sounds so stupid, but it actually trains you to build that sensory perception up. Just going like this and focusing and actually seeing the outline of your hand. It's kind of like a ghostly figure. One thing I noticed is a couple times on mushrooms, like a good dose of mushrooms, I could close my eyes and see everything around me. Not in color like normal, but it'd be like a wire frame outline. Like here'd be a car over here, person standing there. I could have my eyes closed. It's like I'd open my eyes, close them, open, close them. And it's like nothing changed. It's like I could still see, you know what I mean? And it's not like I was just getting a shadow image from what I just saw, because I could close them, spin completely around and see there's a house there, there's a tree, and here's a car. Then you open your eyes and it's right there. And I think it's just your pineal glands going on overdrive, and it does see light. It is called an eye for a reason.
Yeah.
It picks up. Not all light is visible. There's X-ray light that goes through your body to see your bones and shit. I think the pineal gland is literally picking up on a physical energy in the world. It's nothing mystical. You know, it can be written down into science. And they say that babies can actually respond and see things. Like if the dad's over here or the dad comes in the room, the baby, they can monitor it, and what they've found out is they think that it's noticing him, you know? Yeah. Maybe it sees right through the tummy and maybe it sees auras of everything. Who knows?
I think my daughters would look up at people, and you could see that they were not looking at them. They were looking around them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. See, I think everybody's got, you know, they have imaginary friends or all these things, and or sea monsters or whatever, and you tell them, oh, no, that's not real, it's not real. I think we condition our spiritual nature out of our kids growing up. I think that they are all born with, because their pineal glands and shit aren't all fucked up like ours from years of this hardcore life of fucking comfort and poison that we enjoy. But yeah, the astral projection thing, man, the first thing is I always had a problem laying still. I'd get uncomfortable, and I'd always, when I'd go to bed when I was younger, right before I go to sleep, I'd always be thinking of stuff. It's like I couldn't turn my brain off, you know? Yeah. I don't have that problem anymore. It went away, thank God. But during the times I was astral projecting, it took me about 20 times getting right to the edge. Because what happens for me anyways, I'll be laying there, and it takes about 10 to 15 minutes before I can actually shoot off, right? And before that happens, you're laying still. And I know everyone knows about this. Like, have you ever noticed when you're laying still, all of a sudden there comes a point where you can't feel your body anymore? It's like you can't feel your hand touching the sheets or whatever. Yeah. It's like your whole body just kind of goes numb. Well, that's the point you're waiting for before you start to do the little techniques to actually leave your body. And I think everybody can do this. So the way I would do it is once I got to the point I cannot feel sensation of my body anymore, still with your eyes closed, just relaxed, all you see is black, you know? You just imagine a tiny white dot in front of your face. Just imagine it. You know, you might just see a little ghostly dot. Then you push that dot out about 6 foot above you. Then after you've pushed it out about 6 foot above you, you turn it So it goes up, eyes closed, your eyes are actually turning up in your head, right? So they're like looking up at your eyebrows. And then you hold that dot there. So with your eyes closed, you're actually looking up, like you're looking at the sky or the wall behind you. Mm. And after a very short period of time, that dot will start like flashing, or you'll see these curved white waves start coming from up there. And they kind of wash through your whole body. And so for about 5 minutes, I've actually gone all night doing this, where you collect this energy. And the easiest way to get started is with that white dot thing. But after that, once you get used to it, all you have to do is put your focus or your intention into your pineal gland, like the center of your forehead. You just focus your intention on that spot. And you will start getting more and more energy. And the way I can describe it, it's like you plug yourself into an electrical socket. And it's like you're a battery getting charged up with vibration. It is literally a buzz. I've been sitting there to the point where I had so much, it's like I'm shaking. And it actually feels like you're high on something really good. It is like a natural drug. I don't know how to describe it. So what you do before you ever astral project, you take this energy and you start collecting it, and you can move it around your body. Like you put your intention into your right foot, and you'll feel that buzz, energy, electricity move down to your right foot, and you just start moving it around your body. And so after you've got this energy thing going, like you just really start focusing. And sometimes what I've noticed is I can hand up, like not actually jerk it up in real life, but just kind of focus like I'm moving it up, and I can feel my hand moving around, but my arm is still laying straight. It's like my spirit hand, right? So after you're at this point where you've got all this energy in your body, you just keep focusing on this energy, and it'll intensify. And for me and a lot of other people I've read, you astral project, at this point, you're actually in a type of a sleep paralysis, okay? If you were to lose focus, you could easily fall asleep. And I've fallen asleep hundreds of times trying to astral project. I just wake up the next day, I'm like, damn it. But once you really get this energy going, you won't fall asleep. It's too much. And I've actually sat there for like 2 hours just focusing on this energy, not letting it get too high. And I wake up and I'm like shaky walking around, but it feels like I slept 8 hours solid. You know, it was rejuvenating. So you focus on this energy and it gets so intense. Like for me, it feels like my head is like under pressure, and I start hearing this sound in my ears, and it's fucking scary as shit. It sounds like plastic bags are being pulled out of my fucking ears. Okay. It's like, wow. I know. And this is why it took me 20 times to finally astral project, because your ego doesn't want to let go. It knows something's about to happen, and you just get scared. Even though you feel great, you think you might die. You're like, oh God, I might die. Even though I feel higher than I've ever felt in my life, you know? And then once you astral project, like for me, it's like all of a sudden that sound goes away. And next thing you know, you're in a fucking dream world. You know what I mean? And you go around exploring, and I've never really talked to people while I've been doing it. I've kind of just been by myself, you know?
You never ran into Gilligan and the Skipper?
Marianne?
Yeah. Oh.
Gilligan's Island? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to go into lucid dreaming, you know, might as well go there.
Shout out to you, Bet.
Oh, hail.
Oh,
hey, Bet.
I heard Yvette's a cyborg tranny troll from the future sent to destroy the dick earth.
There you go.
Hey, Dave. Hi. Yeah.
Yep.
Hi.
DMT.
So yeah, all that, what's up? Shout out to who? Dimethyl trip with me?
Yep. Tripping.
How are you doing? Hell yeah, man. What up? So yeah, I think all of these experiences through life, like starting with the lucid dreaming, learning about that, and the astral projection, and just more of a spiritual consciousness in general, right? Throughout time. I got to the point where I ended up having, and I didn't know what it was at the time, but it's called a Kundalini awakening.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, one day, it's like, phew, I'm no longer in this world, and now I'm in like a fucking fantasy world where the most crazy supernatural shit was happening day after day. Like every minute of my life was an experience at this point. I couldn't sleep. I'd sleep for like 2 or 3 hours a night. And it was like, I just closed my eyes and next thing you know, I'm awake again in the morning, always right before the sun rose. And then I go sit on the back porch and like look at nature, and everything was technicolor. Like greens were super green. Everything was just surreal. I was being communicated to from the fucking universe itself, God, if you will. And it was amazing. It was blissful, but at the same time, I ended up going so deep into it. This lasted like 4 or 5 months straight, to where I was pretty much manic. I mean, people would have thought I was crazy, and I had to stop talking about all this stuff with people. But I got to the point where, and I was learning about, you know, God and everything, and I was pretty much an atheist before this, and I started reading the Bible and everything, you know, right before all this happened and during it. Johnny, go ahead.
Would you mind turning on your camera?
What's that?
Would you mind turning on your camera?
My what?
First of all, because it's just you and me talking mostly right now, so when I'm looking at you, because it's you that's talking, then I'm looking down here, and you're so small, I'd rather see, because then I feel like, yeah, that's cool. And also, it's only me that comes on camera when we talk. So you're always down there in the little, just out like with the hat on. Is that you in that picture?
Yeah, that's like 10 years ago, that picture. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, I forgot I had the other camera, my laptop camera's on. And it's not showing up when I talk, huh?
Yeah, I know it is. Cool. Yeah, I wasn't an atheist, but I was an atheist. You know, I was more, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't a true atheist, but I was raised Catholic. And by the time I was like 16, 17, I realized the whole thing was a sham. I mean, something didn't feel right, you know. And I was like, screw that shit. And then, of course, I started seeing all the bad shit in the world. I'm like, if there's a God, how could you let any of this shit happen, right? Well, I've since got the answers to that, you know, and all the other questions I have. Now it's like I don't feel like I have questions. And then Flat Earth came along, and it's like it didn't even faze me. I was like, oh, yeah, that fucking makes sense, huh? Okay, you know, it wasn't like any kind of awakening or anything. It's probably just meant to be because, I don't know, the path I was on, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that Kundalini awakening, I think I instigated it. And the reason I say that is it happened to my cousin. at the same time. Like his happened a day later than me. And everything I'd learn in a day, he would learn that the next day. It's like I couldn't explain to him. It's like, no, I'm like, you know, you talking to myself and blah, blah, blah. And like if I punch you in the shoulder, it's like I feel, you know, I don't know. It's such out there kind of stuff. But then he'd be like, oh, yeah, I know what you mean. And, you know, we couldn't talk about this shit with anybody else. They would have locked us up for being fucking crazy. But yeah, so we were looking at DMT and stuff like that. I had never done DMT at that point. I never even acid. I think the only thing I did was smoke weed and mushrooms before that happened. And the meditation definitely helped. But there was one thing that we did specifically that I think caused us to go into this Kundalini experience. And that was we were doing a certain type of chant that we found. I don't know if it was in a book or online. I can't remember. My cousin was showing it to me, and then I started looking into it. It's got certain powers, right? So the thing we were doing is saying the word Thay, They, and you do it like this. You go, Thay. So you really put that emphasis on the, that's really what it is. And when you do it the right way, you'll actually feel your fucking brain resonating, you know? That's how you know you got the right pitch. So you just go, Thay.
Yeah, you can feel it.
Thay. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
So you do that about 15 times. It takes you like 2 or 3 minutes, and that's it, right? And I would do that maybe just a couple times a day. And by the third day, I went into a blown, like, early rose up, and I was experiencing God consciousness. And there was one point where I experienced like total God consciousness, like what it kind of means to be him and know everything. Because I would actually be trying to have a conversation with somebody, and I knew exactly what they were going to say. It's like I had the script to the world, and I was like, holy shit, the entire world is scripted. What I'm saying right now, I can't control it. It was meant to be before time ever started. And once I realized that, it's like you can release everything. You don't need fears about anything. Fears about the Masons or the elite or nukes or any of that shit. Because you can't control it. And it's, a lot of people will be like, well, that sucks. Well, no, actually it really doesn't. Because you still get to experience. You know, luckily since then, all that being able to read people's mind shit went away, because I'm telling you, you feel like you're the only person. Everyone else is like a dream character, and you've got their script. You know exactly what's going to happen. It's like being psychic like that is not fun. It's like cool for 1 minute until you cannot have a organic conversation with somebody. You can't. I couldn't talk to people. And this lasted for like 2 weeks. And then I was shown can have an experience. Because go ahead.
You broke up.
What's that?
You broke up. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so after the whole God consciousness thing, to where I was able to read people's minds and know the future and all that shit, I knew I was eternal, and nothing ever would happen to me that was past the capacity for it to happen to me, like nothing. And really, you realize everything you think maybe was bad that happened to you, like 10 years later, you look back on it and you're like, oh, that was actually positive in the long run. Like breaking up with that girlfriend was so devastating, yet I'm so glad I'm not with her anymore. My life would be miserable right now, you know, things like that, you know. So I basically was shown the whole purpose of this 3D world, and that is so that there's only one consciousness in the universe. We all share that same consciousness. Like, it's kind of like cars driving down the road on the highway, right? They're steering and turning, they're alive, right? Quote unquote. But once that car is sitting there parked, and it's just sitting there, you wouldn't consider it alive. Just like a human body, I'm moving around, but when I'm dead, just laying here, I'm not alive anymore, right? Well, what changed? I still have all the atoms inside me, right? It's all still there. What's the part that made me alive or not alive? And that is your spirit or consciousness, whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, basically I was shown that all those cars on the highway or all the people in the world, there's only one driver behind the wheel. It's the same driver for all of them. So just imagine you're driving every car on the highway at one time, but you only get to experience one at a time. So you have the other people, right? So basically, this controls everybody at the same time, while at the same time not being able to remember that they are that one consciousness. So the illusion of separation here is actually a good thing in our favor. And everyone wants to try to be God and get close to divinity, right? No, you really actually don't. Like, this is the gift. Life is the gift, because,
exactly.
You know,
it's remember that we are here.
Right. So just a good thing to do is just, you know, think about the implications of what it would mean to actually be God, the one and only consciousness. You can create worlds in a blink of an eye. You can create anything. You create angels, right? Well, the angels are created, but guess what? They're programmed. Conversation with an angel. You already know what it's going to say next. It's like your robot, right? So what had to be done is create this world that has duality, separation, physical. It's got to have, and it has all the mirror images of each other: love, hate, you know, dark, light. Also that all to not be lonely anymore. And we're actually cut off from the knowledge that we are that eternal power. And that's what they don't want us to know. That's what is so hidden. And everyone's like, oh, they're hiding the flat earth. Everybody sitting there talking about the flat earth, they're still stuck in 3D world, focusing on 3D reality, when it doesn't matter if you know the earth's flat, as long as you know it's flat and you keep thinking about, and not the fact that, wait a minute, you know what I mean? What's our true power? And
Ace, you broke up.
Have more balance in it, where instead of rejecting the earthly plane, then combining them, instead of only recognizing and acknowledging the spiritual scheme of things. The spiritual scheme of things is that we're here, you know, so.
Right. You know, and we exist at the same time outside of here, and this is all just a dream. I mean, it feels real, but like I was saying earlier, when you're in a dream, you don't know you're dreaming. And okay, I'm in a dream and I see, here's a car, right? You take this car apart in your dream and you see its main parts and it runs on gasoline, right? Well, what does that really mean when you wake up back to this world? Did that car, was it made of metal parts? Did it run on gasoline? or was it all just kind of in your head? You know what I mean? And that's the same here. And we are actually the center of the universe, you know, like the shape of the earth, all that kind of really doesn't matter. It's you yourself, and everything around you is created for you specifically. So if everybody can just remember that everything in the world is created for your own benefit, to teach you, to keep you what you are, because your needs are all. Am I still breaking up?
Yeah.
Now it froze completely. Oh shit.
I see you, Ace, but you have your mic muted. And the double Ace left. Oh, there you're back. Welcome back, Ace.
Sorry, of course it would be glitching right when we try to talk about anything worthwhile. You know what I mean? I
Shout
always
out to
tap in.
Martin, Flattered British.
Hey, hi Martin.
Yeah, no worries,
Martin.
Martin. I came over to Free Chan and made ferments, so no worries, man. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Martin. Yeah. Happy birthday.
To you.
Shout out to Political Hillbilly.
Hi, Hillbilly.
I don't make him go full-blown hillbilly now. Lol.
Shout out to Crow. Hey, Crow.
Ka.
Did everybody see Ace's big old foot? It's not even dirty. He must have had a bath. Or he doesn't walk around barefooted often.
Yeah, I took a shower like about an hour ago, so I'm already dirty again.
Are you?
I don't know.
Sorry, dude.
So what else is new?
Oh, Caveman had some lucid dreaming stuff happening. I wish he'd come on and talk about it.
Why doesn't he?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him?
You ask him.
Tony.
Ask Tony why
Come
he
on.
don't come on. you know. Ask Dad to pass the salt, Mom. You're not my real mom. You can't tell me what to do.
Oh, he's gonna try.
What do you mean, click one button? I'm gonna try to click the button. No, I'm just kidding. What?
Dave with me says Ace Chaga tea helps lucid dreaming.
Chia tea? Chaka.
Chaga tea. Chaga.
Chaga tea. I'll have to look into that, man. I've also taken like fucking 40 doses of valerian root at a time. That was pretty cool. So fucking weak. You gotta get the real shit.
Valerian, is that the same as Baldrian?
What?
Baldrian? We call it Baldrian.
Belgium?
No, Baldrian. Baldri.
I don't know.
Baldrian.
I don't know what that is. I was just talking about
Valerian.
valerian root.
Yeah, but it's
I don't know it known by any other name, but you can actually buy real, honest to God, valerian root, and you grind it up yourself and make a tea out of it. And it works way better than the capsules you buy at like a health store, you know, supplements. Those don't do shit, and they smell like cheese.
Yeah,
They smell like a stinky foot, actually.
Yeah, Bentlin's tea smells really bad. Really
Yeah.
bad. You don't want to make tea out of it, you know. So mix it with peppermint.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Like
valerian root is so weak. You gotta take way more than the normal dose. Yeah.
Bethlehem is the German word for valerian.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to get all kinds of shit like melatonin, valerian root. I had another one too, just to try to help me sleep better in general. And I noticed that shit, it doesn't really do much. Like, I don't take melatonin anymore.
I just got some from a friend of mine. I haven't tried it yet.
What, melatonin? Yeah. I don't know where they're getting this melatonin, because your pineal gland actually produces melatonin. So I'm not sure where they're getting melatonin in a supplement. But I do know that less is more with it, you know? Like, see, valerian root, I'll take 20 times the dose, but melatonin, I'll only take half the dose. Take one pill, I'll bite it in half, you know? And because if you take too much melatonin, you wake up really groggy the next day. So.
But with all the Wi-Fi, that's why one would want to.
Yeah, I still haven't messed around with, you know, turning the Wi-Fi off and all that. But I don't know. I kind of see it.
Go to bed. You just go over, turn the Wi-Fi off.
Have you done it? Have you noticed anything?
Well, I've always had it off. Well, not always, but since I can't really. Yeah, I get
every.
And when you have to have it on airport and then turn the Wi-Fi on when my daughters are here, I don't like that. But I turn it off at night.
So,
Ethernet.
if you don't turn it off, do you notice anything different? Some people say they notice they sleep better or whatever, and I'm just wondering if that's a placebo effect.
Yeah.
From thinking that. I mean, every little bit helps, but the fact is we've got, 1,000 different sources of electromagnetic radiation coming at us at all times. Like, just like you turn a radio on and you can tune it to 20 different stations. Well, all that shit's going into your fucking head, all those radio stations, if you could tune something in your head, you'd pick them up and you could listen to the radio in your head. You've got cell phone towers everywhere. You got satellite dish TV. You know what I mean? It's all over. So I'm just wondering what turning off one Wi-Fi in your house is going to do. It can't hurt. I'm not saying it's not going to do something, but I don't know.
Well, just the readings they get off the meters they use to measure.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. I'm sure it all helps. And I would just turn my phone off completely too if I was doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When I have to get up, use it for my an alarm clock, I turn on airplane mode, but I don't know if that has any effect, other than people can't call me.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think your phone is still connecting to the towers, and because it's always trying to connect to keep your time correct on your clock. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you should use
it
and see if it's.
Yeah, I would just turn it off and get a real alarm clock.
Yeah. Preferably a manual one that you have to wind up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So I was at Walmart, say a month or two ago, just looking at God knows what, and I was in the electronics department, and this lady came up and asked the guy, it's like, do y'all have any alarm clocks that run on batteries? And he's like, no. No fucking alarm clocks that run on batteries at a Walmart, you know what I mean? What is that all about? You know how many times I've been late to work because my stupid alarm clock got reset in the middle of the night? It's ridiculous. Who there? Martin. Is Martin speaking? Or yet?
Hey, Martin.
I don't know if I'm capable.
Hi, Martin.
I just Cindy. Sorry, love. I wanted you to speak, but this, I didn't even get a chance to say, hang on a minute, mate. There's 10 people here want to have a word, but, it was on such a roll. I didn't even have a chance to interfere, did I? So.
Oh, no, it was fine. I got to say
everyone came in
birthday.
And fucking bounced. I don't blame them either, but, what was I to do? I couldn't be really rude. I had to say 3 times, mate, hang on a minute. Can I just talk a sec? Like, I didn't want to be rude,
Right.
Awkward.
Happy birthday, Martin.
Hey, Johnny, is that you?
Hey, brother, it's me, yeah. Happy birthday.
Oh, much love, brother. Oh, it's nice to see you.
Nice
Cool,
to
man.
see you too, man.
Heck yeah.
Oh, it's fucking awesome. Yeah, man, what a fucking day I've had. Fucking shit I have. Jesus fucking Christ almighty.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Hey,
It's my
Martin.
own fault, like. Huh?
Martin, you're going to have to tell us about your mushroom trip yesterday.
Well, no, nothing happened at first. Like, fucking, come on, just little tickle. That was it. And then just thought, all right, things are moving a bit. And then about 10, wham. So I was up like about 6 o'clock then.
You can put your camera down a little?
You know where I was. Sorry?
Camera down a little? Because we're only seeing this of your face. Well, I am.
Yeah, I'm in bed, I am. I just come in to visit. That was all. I can't really sleep. And I can't really crash. Especially with Ezo. And everyone else. What can you see then? What do you see now?
I could see his whole face, so.
Oh, you can only see from like here.
Huh.
Well, there's a thing at the bottom. If you slide on the bottom, if you put your finger on it and slide it across, then the images move from left to right, and you can
The YouTube saw your whole face. You just right above all the icons.
Mm-hmm.
He's peeking in on us.
Where's my fucking light to go? But yeah, my mind's nice and clear. I've had a nice vacuum cleaner of the brain. Got all the shit out of it, because that's what they do, don't they? They give your brain a nice cleaning. And,
yeah.
And a new day, really. Just trying to inject positivity. I keep getting shit for it, because everybody wants to keep, like, having shit, and I don't want it. So I'm constantly, like, not arguing. I'm just keeping on with the same old boring narrative.
Shout out to Jibby.
Same thing, over and over. Mm.
Yeah, I get it.
Boring, isn't it?
Are you having a good birthday so far, though?
We're getting smashed and just chilling out and trying. What I want to do, right, is I just want to catch up with all my friends, like, but what's happening, because of the situation of shit, I can't, like, I'm being, like, in a situation where I can't have all my friends in one place.
Yeah.
And it's pissing me off, and I want to have an hangout, and I'm like, I want to invite my friends, and then there's other people, and I invite, like, certain people, and other people turn up, and I get messages while it's ongoing saying, I'm not offended or anything, meaning I'm offended. It's like, I don't want to have to be put in these awkward positions because of people's fucking mental weaknesses. It's bullshit. All of it. Mm. But that's the way it is, isn't it? Globe mentality, isn't it? What the fuck am I to?
We should have a good old-fashioned globe burning.
Yeah.
I still want to make a pinata out of mine.
Oh, that'd be tight.
I've never owned one.
Anyway, that's just me. I lost my lighter.
The professor wanted me to learn some geography.
What's been going on? I noticed you're lucid dreaming tonight then, Ace, is there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
all I
talking
gotta do
about
is close my eyes.
how to do it. Yeah. I'm
Can I
sure.
tell you a good technique?
Yeah, definitely.
Right. So you lay down at night, right, and you relax completely. Maybe a 10 minutes, 20 minutes meditation, or just a breathing exercise to calm your body down. Okay, first. Then, imagine a white light, an energy, And you start from your top of your head or your toes, if you like. And you start from the bottom of your toes and you work up, imagining it, covering your feet, very, very, very slowly. Slower, the better. Then over your ankles, then up your thighs, then over your knees, and then up your thighs, and then and over the middle bit, and then up your stomach, and then up your chest, and then into your shoulders, and then into your arms, and up to your neck, and then up to your head. And you make this process last half hour if you can. And by the time you completed that process and the white lights be all around you, then when you go and slip into that state, it will happen.
Yeah. Does that white light have a buzz to it, an energy?
Oh God, yes. Oh God, yes.
I was talking about
that. Specific energy, and I'm not sure whether it's created by me or external. The thing that drives it, the alive ether. The alive ether reacts. Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about that too. About as how to astral project. It's very similar. You gotta collect that energy and move it around your body. Yeah, and another thing with lucid dreaming, the easiest way is just to be thinking about it. Period. Just think about it. And
there's a few ways. You can project off your coccyx, build the energy up through your, as you know, you've had Kundalini awakening. So if you can align your chakra, and then you concentrate on basically your coccyx, or the lower you can get, the better, and then focus the mental energy that would originally been in your crown chakra down into that, and then it creates a massive release of energy that will create the circumstances for you to alter your body frequency necessary to, go into these realms.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
You just gotta want to do it and practice it. And at first you might think, scared, I don't have.
What happened?
Yeah.
The universe knows if you're scared and you're nervous, it won't let you. I took years because I was scared. I thought, I might die. I'm gonna come back silver tether.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, man.
So the universe knows you're scared and it won't let you. But once you're not scared, then the universe, the ether, whatever, it'll let you. But once you're scared, it knows, and it won't happen. I found that out.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's your ego not wanting to let go of control too.
It is. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Yeah. But
I left that a long time ago.
The lucid dreaming's a lot easier than the astral projecting. And the best thing you can do is do a dream test, because even in a dream, when you're about to lucid dream, you're convinced it's reality. Even if there's pink elephants running around, you're like, no, those are supposed to be there. That's right.
But if you tell yourself, Ace, before you go to sleep, when I go to sleep, my intent is I will wake up in this dream.
Yeah.
If you set the intent awake, it will happen. Now, this happened to me about a month back, where I'm in the back of this car, this girl with dark hair. I say to her, turn around, and I say, you know we're both dreaming, don't you? And she said, yeah. I said, let's wake up. Basically, lucid dream, because you can double your life expectancy.
Yeah, baby.
And so she sort of that look that she realised what was going on, but we both freaked. And I woke.
Yeah. A lot.
We both knew what we were doing. It's freaky.
Oh, I bet, man. Hell yeah. That's the best sex I ever had. But no.
No, I know, but I can tell you something about that, right? That could become embarrassing because they'll laugh at your ass. It's a game. I'm not going to go into details, but yeah, because all of that in their realm is just farcical, believe me.
Yeah. And have you noticed in dreams, like say like you're younger, you had a dream about going to school in your underwear or naked or whatever, and you're all embarrassed trying to hide, right? But if you think back to it, nobody in your dream even was looking at you. It's like nothing, it's like they didn't notice, you know what I mean? It was only you. The people in your dream, if you're like embarrassed, they're not in there like laughing at you or anything. If they're just acting like nothing happens. Yeah. But hey, Martin, you said you woke up probably because you got really excited. You got excited. You're lucid dreaming probably, and you woke up, right? But I bet you actually didn't wake up into reality. You were still dreaming. And if you would have tested, like did a dream test, like look at a clock or something, I bet you would have been like, oh shit, I'm still dreaming. I've had it happen to where 20 times throughout the night, I kept thinking I was waking up out of a lucid dream, only to do a dream test and realize I was still dreaming.
Right, have you brought injuries back from your lucid dream?
Not that I
Into when
know
you
of.
wake?
No, I don't
Oh, yeah.
think so. I'm sure that can happen. I've heard of it happening during astral projection.
Is that more than
And-
once?
Yeah. You got a new scar or something?
Once when I was at sea, when this really strange, mind-blowing thing happened to me, and years later, well, actually not that long ago, about 5-6 years ago, what happened in the dream, and I woke up and it was there, and I thought, oh fucking Jesus Christ, I could never have done that to myself, because I couldn't have. Not asleep. So how is that possible, guys? Yeah,
Well, your etheric body, your higher self or your etheric body is above your physical body. So
I know that.
it's like the blueprint to your physical body. So if you were to alter your etheric body, it could physically manifest into this world.
I woke up years ago when I was at sea. I don't want to give you the details. I've told the story before. But I woke up with my back clawed to fuck.
Close to what?
I looked in the mirror. I nearly dropped dead. My stomach turned over. I nearly vomited. I thought, no, the fuck could I have done that to myself in the night?
Yeah, it was all scratched up.
Scratched up?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Probably a hot succubus, huh?
It was a... Oh, did you know? I said, did I? Yeah, I did say, didn't I? Yeah, don't worry. I told you the story. There's more to reality than they're telling us, guys. Especially with dreams, that's the key. You know that, don't you? That's why in the olden days, what forsooth, what saith, sayer? You know, the kings and all that recognised this, or the people in power of the knowledge. So they had people to decipher their dreams. You know, to basically, because there's cognitive information, future information in dreams. You know that? Yeah. Snippets.
Definitely.
You know that?
Yeah, I've fallen asleep, had a nap, and my wife has said something like, worse to the extent that your tea's ready, and basically something to do with that. It's just something simple, ordinary family stuff. I woke up out my nap, and she said exactly the same. I walked through the door. I said, "Fucking hell, you just done that." But I'd done it in my sleep, so I had cognitive ability. That I played that good a minute or two before it actually happened.
Weird.
So it gives you cognitive ability. It gives you precog. I mean, gives you a little snippet of the future. Fact. What are the dreams than you know? And what are they? Anyone know? No, they're just figments in your mind. Invisible things that don't really exist. Or are they? Because you trips, you've been there, you know that's not what they tell us it is. And it's not. It's a different realm.
This reality,
frequency.
You think this reality is also a figment of some kind? Kind of like a dream? I'm not talking about simulation theory or any of that shit. I mean...
No, I'm not.
I'm just saying, like, okay, just think about something simple, like, what is physical matter, right? Like, what is a brick? Physical matter could not have existed for eternity. There had to have been just energy or nothing. Because, like, what's physical?
Obviously.
What does physical mean when you're in a dream? You can knock on a door. You know, you can touch things, pick them up.
Yeah.
You really?
Taste things. I can bring smells and taste back. How the fuck is that possible? It's just maybe the mind is that strong. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, Zoe. So?
Hmm?
Oh, yeah.
Huh? What?
Huh?
Nothing.
Hey, Synthetic Dread says that he's into remote viewing if anybody's interested.
Oh, yeah,
you want to
man.
learn how, do we? No, that's something you're born with, I'm afraid. It's not something you can develop over time either.
You're high on the wildwood weed.
Wildwood what weed?
The wildwood weed.
Wildwood weed?
I think I just said that.
Wildwood weed. Wildwood weed.
Well, you
That's
got that right.
Somebody. Is that me breaking up?
Wood.
I don't know.
I got a story that blew everyone's mind. But I can't say it just yet because it's not played out.
You
But,
can't tell us. Not.
oh wow, guys! It is like it's like if you read a book, right? It would be like that, but like a mind-blowing book. But it's like a reality, and it's I'm not sure if it's actually to do with flat Earth because it keeps being brought into it a lot. So I can't really work out whether it's the powers playing my ass because it wouldn't be out of the bounds possibility, and it's not the first time if they did. But there's something playing out, right, that at first I thought like was really dangerous and could get me killed, and it still could, but it's changed in a way that I could never have imagined. And I still don't know if it's a reality, because you can't trust anyone in the world. But I tell you what I got myself into. Listen, if I get myself into shit, I fucking do it biblical. I'm telling you now, biblical. Oh, when it's played out, I'll let you know. I can't say anything fucking now because it will make it not happen. But
oh, damn it!
Wow.
Now we want to know more.
Can't. I just can't. Because I could be damaging someone. And I wouldn't do that. I can't.
No, you wouldn't want to do that.
If that makes any sense.
Or do you?
Don't know. Too complicated to follow, especially when you're trying to follow the flat Earth the way I am. It's a lot to follow, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, I had never heard what happened with their balloon yesterday. Did they find
No, me. It's not on. I just looked. It's not on. Globebusters. Any information, so?
Sunday night.
I missed it.
Moon-shaped maps and blooms that go whoosh.
John is in the shower again.
Is he?
Yeah, must be.
Why do people sing in the shower? That's really weird. I wonder what that is.
I don't.
Tiles, good reverb.
No, I don't either.
the good acoustics? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know of any bands that have recorded an album in the shower?
Well,
Yeah.
bathrooms,
No,
yeah.
I didn't.
That's where they used
Damn
to
it.
put saxophones a lot. In the recording studio bathrooms. Because of the tiles and shit.
Well,
Johnny, you're
yeah, about to
echoing.
go live any second. I'm gonna go to bed now in a minute, I think. Go
Who's
shit.
going live? What? Huh?
Yeah,
Oh.
with the next version of the expose. I went in his hangout 2 nights ago because I tried to fucking clear the air with Laurie and Barbie had just done a really nasty shit ass post on me, and so I tried to clear the air and said like, you know, she tried to imply that I was like an excavator in much of this shit that's unfolding, and it's like you know, really dark and that. So I had to approach her and said, look, you just don't know me. Please get to know me before you do this. Why don't you just come and talk to you, lad, like everyone else? So we were all right then. Please, don't go to this fucking jet guy. He's going to chuck you to the fucking fire. He's going to chuck you into the winds like a Christian. Don't trust him. He's a glowbag. So I hope she listened before, you know, because you were. It's her friend went under the fucking bus. He's not a fucking, he's a fucking glowbag. Fuck's sake. But that's just me. So I tried to diffuse it all. Done a good job, actually. I thought I was quite proud of myself. Other people wouldn't talk to me. I went in the chat. Everyone started abusing me because it was supposed to be a hot potato. Jeff spoke up and said, "Leave him a fucking alone." And everyone started being nice then. And obviously, I get on right with Jeff, so there wasn't a problem there. But nobody else would really talk to me. Chris wouldn't talk to me. But that's my effort to try and make it all a good job. I hope something happens. Because the other side of the fence, I also had exactly the same word with. Any chance all this could fucking stop? Because your feed's in the fucking fire. But no. Anyone agree with me or no?
Yeah, I say fuck 'em. Fuck 'em. Hey, Mom, come look. It's Jibby and Political Hillbilly. Anyway,
Where?
who else? No, I was just thinking of something Johnny said on there. Did a good impression.
I'm hopeless. I should give up peacemaking. Maybe I should go into making war instead.
Heck
Maybe
yeah,
I'll have
man.
more luck.
Light up the torch.
Ooh. Go into making war. Anyway, happy days.
Hello, Jibby.
Hola.
Estamos aquí por las cervezas.
Hello, Jibby.
Sí,
Hola.
bien.
¿Qué?
I heard my name.
Buenos días.
Somebody said my name 3 times, so I had to appear.
How many times do I have to say it for you to go away?
Like 50.
50.
50.
Too lazy.
That's why people keep me in the hangout.
That's a lot of Jibby.
3 times makes them right, don't it?
Hey, everybody. I have a great idea. Let's get together, go to the motel, and we'll go meet Mark Sargent and play horsey. Just an idea.
Look at Jibby, that. Me up, Jibby, brother. Look at you.
How you doing, Martin? Happy birthday.
Oh, thanks, brother.
Yeah.
Just chilling, brother. Trying to be new. That's still impossible.
Hey, Jibby.
Hi, Zoe. So you want hot taters? Good job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're good on there, Zoe. You're really good at talking, and you love.
Oh, well, Patricia, she was, you know, she made it
Makes
so
it easy.
Just so, yeah, that was so easy.
Yeah, makes it easy. But when you do your videos, you do all this obscure thing on your face. Well, why do you do that when you look nice?
Nice. You know, it's just like a role, you know, like you put on a hat and glasses and, you know.
Yeah. We all know what you look like. Yeah.
Well, you know, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be the same if I just sat there.
Well, much good look at you.
Did you ask your mom if you can spend the night?
Well,
I'm not old enough.
Lumber party. Huh? Oh.
I'll get a note off for now, right?
AC's dog just jumped on him. Did you guys see that?
I know. Freaking trying to bite me. Bad.
That dog.
I keep being hungry all the time.
Yeah?
I think I might have a tapeworm.
Eat.
No, I've always been hungry. Everyone has said I got a tapeworm.
You might have a tapeworm.
Nah.
Well, I was going to tempt it up, stab myself, put a bit of food by there, see if it jump out. But I don't want to really do that. I don't think I got a tapeworm. I just smoke a lot of weed.
It's the munchie.
Lying, he hit it right on there.
These bad munchies.
Ace does have 2 cameras on. It's because
he do.
Yeah. It's a double Ace show.
Looking at the
Because
chat.
you got another hangout open at the same time, is it?
Yeah.
It was on 2 devices.
so
think-
we don't
You took the fine time to leave me loose, wheel.
Squeal.
Loose wheel. Leave me loose wheel? That's a weird thing to say.
Oh,
For
loose wheel.
hungry children, no money at all. Took the fine time to leave me loose wheel.
Loose wheel. That's great.
Who was talking about their lack of hunger from sun gazing? Was that you, Ray?
Yeah, that's right.
I went through the same thing.
Yeah.
You were pretty much describing my experience. That was pretty rare.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sun gazing's pretty crazy, but if you try to tell normal people in the world about it, their reaction is like just not good. I don't know.
Will you do it at what, dusk and dawn when you start, or will you always do it?
When it's rising
That's
or
when
when
I
it's
start.
low, when it's
Yeah.
low in the sky.
And you train your eyes to look at it for longer periods of time, to where I can look at it now when it's setting over the mountains in the west, even an hour before out east see it, you know. So I can look at it at midday also because I've trained myself.
Me too. And a lot of people have to overcome that initial fear that we were all like engraved with, that if you stare at the sun, you're going to damage your eyes.
Exactly. And you know what? I went to the eye doctor yesterday, and my eyes are great.
Yeah.
So-
I always had glasses, so it
Well,
actually,
and I've always had glasses too, but my eyes are healthy. With and
mine too. That's what they say. It's
Yeah.
very strong. I'm like, well, if it's so strong, why do I need glasses?
and your night vision. Your night vision is better.
Yeah.
And when you do gaze at the sun for the first time and you look away, everything is brighter. And yes, you do, but it goes away, and you'll notice that the bright lights from cars, even at night, don't affect you anymore because you've been gazing at the sun.
I'll tell you one long-lasting thing, even though I haven't been sun gazing for about 5 months, is I do not have to wear sunglasses anywhere.
Cool.
Exactly.
At all. The only thing
Will it
I have
work
to
for
do,
me then?
yeah, and a
I'm
lot
like
of
Mr.
people.
Magoo.
Hey,
You
it's
don't
Mr.
really want to wear
Dreadhead.
sunglasses because it cuts out the vital nutrients the sun is giving you.
Yeah.
I mean,
speaks
but
well
you don't
for
want to
her.
go around starting to sun gaze when the sun is midday, you know? You
No,
want
I
to
tried
start.
to with my glasses on, didn't I? Didn't know.
Well, I use my glasses, my regular sight glasses, but no sunglasses. Because it
No, I
cuts
need
out
to stare at the sun.
Yeah, you take them. You could take off your glasses also. You need to do both because the glasses are a barrier between you and the sun. And
Yeah.
I know,
and it's
blind,
not.
I'm
And we're
blind to
not
darling, though.
worshiping the sun. It is a mistake to worship any created thing. It is looking at the sun so you can get nutrients from the sun, and it's a vital thing, and it helps to open up your senses. We were born with more than 5 senses, and these are important things to do so you can be a more compassionate person, maybe feel things, you know. And I think it's really hard for people to feel things. They just don't want to feel things.
I hear
It's
that,
easier
Cynthia.
to not.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Hi,
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 man.
Jed.
I
Yes,
agree
Jed.
that I'm a child of the sun, but by no means a sun worshiper, is what I say.
Yeah,
I love the sun, right? But
yeah,
I love the ocean too. Am I worshiping the ocean? No.
right.
Right? So
Yeah, exactly.
it's pretty straightforward in my eyes, but yeah,
Yeah,
you know, the heliocentric model is bizarre.
yes, it
It
is.
must be sun
Yeah.
worship.
And that's got to be a freaking conspiracy. The whole "don't look at the sun, you'll go blind," and wear sunscreen and live indoors.
I don't know,
Fucking
man. I would be wary to tell. Like, I personally don't know a whole lot about sun gazing. I wouldn't go telling people personally that they should stare at the sun for hours and hours. If you guys want to say that, I don't. I was a welder for years, and I know that seeing flashes and bright spots, man, it's not good for your eyes. So I can't imagine why staring at something that's so bright would be
This is
good
a
for your
different
eyeballs.
Well, first of all,
But that's
you
good. That's good.
yeah.
Well,
First-
you got to start out very slowly. You got to train
Yeah,
your
only a
nose.
few seconds at a time. And the
Okay.
longest I've ever gone is 5 minutes. And this is
Holy shit.
first thing in the morning.
Yeah, but this is when it's just coming up. You know, I can
Yeah.
stare at it for a while now because I've been doing it for so long.
Really? And
Yeah.
so,
Look,
in your
basically,
opinion, what have you obtained from it? Like, do your eyes feel any different from staring at it? Like your eyes specifically, or is it more of a overall body thing?
I would say sharper vision is one
Sharper
thing
vision.
you can notice.
I have
Yeah.
poor vision, so I don't know.
Well, look into it. A lot of people say that they actually start going down on their prescription glasses. Like it has a corrective
Start
effect of
testing
some
myself.
kind.
I can start testing that
AC,
here myself.
can you turn up
If it starts getting worse, though, I'm
Dreads.
coming back to you guys.
Dreads volume a bit? Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
want
volume
to
down.
like tell
Here, I
people
can
to
move
go
the
out
mic
and look in
closer
the
to my
sun.
mouth.
This is just what I do.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
And
It's
I'm
kind of
not
like those other
blind
things.
from
Like I
it.
don't know a lot about drinking pee either. I'm not about to go tell people to drink it, but I'm not about to say
Exactly.
I'm not about to say don't drink it either. So I'm just gonna leave those things alone. It's like there's experts in these fields that know more than I do. I don't touch that shit with the 10-foot pole. Shit like 9/11 and all that stuff. That's like David Weiss. That's Hillbillies area. Those guys got that shit covered, right? I'll stick to evolution and
And
pre-human
I'll
fossil
stick
record.
with the
And,
ferments, but I do sun gaze, so
Yeah.
I talk about it.
Hey, worshiping giant trees is cool.
well, yeah.
Fuck off.
It sure was an interesting theory when it came out. You know, I looked at it for a while. The first, I couldn't. I think I got 3/4 of the way through before I couldn't handle the narration anymore. But it was a very interesting video, right?
Mm-hmm. He was indeed.
Just take it as a thought experiment. That's what I tell people. You know, tell friends of people. It doesn't have to be true. Just use it as a test for yourself to see how open-minded you are. Right?
Exactly right.
Cynthia, no, I cannot. You have to do it. You're a
Just
moderator.
be a skeptic, right? Just be
Okay.
a skeptic. Am I up? Like I moved the mic closer to my mouth. Is that loud enough?
I will turn it up.
Yeah, but it's,
Okay, I
I
got
don't
it.
want to blast you guys.
you know, it's cool to be skeptic about things as long as you
Be skeptical.
If you don't look into them and continue to be skeptic, then you have nothing but your skepticism.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
no.
can't prove it unless you do it.
I might have become a flat earther because I'm a skeptic. Because I never believed a lot of mainstream stuff, right? All of us were getting to that point through the different proofs of evolution being a lie. That's what was leading me down this path was all the stuff I studied about the pre-human fossil record just being a complete sham. It's all bullshit, right? So that was really interesting. That got me going down this path. And flat earth seemed pretty easy for me, so I don't know. But I was a skeptic, so the proof that was there seemed logical. Nobody can disprove it. And taking a telescope to the ocean and seeing something 30 miles away, that it makes you a believer, man. And if it doesn't make you a believer, you're in such intense cognitive dissonance that you're just a lost cause. I think I said that one time too. It's like for some people it's too early, for others it's too late. They're just not going to get there, right? It's unfortunate.
About them? Do we just give up on them and nope?
I say don't push it. You don't push it with these people because you're just going to irritate things and they're not going to get any closer. So what I learned is trying to get people to see sometimes I did more damage than good. And I pushed them away from it longer than maybe possible. And I think that sometimes even bringing it up to certain people, it's good to pick and choose, right? Who you're talking to. Because, the suit and tie guy, you see two guys on the street, the suit and tie guy, maybe not so much as the guy who is just casually dressed and looks like he's just kind of chilling out, a more relaxed individual, right? I hate to use stereotypes on people, but I think it's wise to choose who you talk to this about because a lot of people aren't ready and they won't be ready, and you can put whatever you want in front of their face and they're just not going to get there.
Right.
Right?
And it might actually be counterproductive because they will start reinforcing their own cognitive dissonance, like debating a glober, for instance. they're the last person that's ever going to become a flat earther, because they're actively trying to defend this globe. In
I've
a
even
debate.
considered, I've even considered how some of us might even be creating trolls occasionally in real life when you're trying to get these people to see the light, and you actually accidentally create a troll in the process. I'm sure I've done that a couple times. I'm sure I've created a couple trolls. I'm sorry.
Could you imagine somebody in real life acting like an internet troll?
Yeah, no, you don't see that in real life. No.
Yeah.
Funny. Oh, well. That's why I started this whole YouTube channel, is to get a hold of people like you to be able to discuss these things, because in my day-to-day life, there's not a whole lot of awake people.
No. Nobody likes talking about anything deep whatsoever. If it's not football or just darts, they lose it. And you could explain something and they like agree with you, but then like 10 seconds later they're back onto small talk. It's like they just lost it.
Stuck in a literal mind too. I think a lot of people, they're just stuck in this. Like, I saw a great video the other day by it's just posing a question. Conspiracy Mystic, you guys know her? Really nice lady. I totally admire her. She's just awesome. And she was posing the question, what's the difference between coincidence and synchronicity? Yeah. And it was cool. It was a good question. So, I started bringing that up at work. I just asked somebody at work that I know, what do you guys think? What do you think? What's the difference between the two? And their logical mind a lot of the time would only see synchronicity as, well, it means the same thing. It means it moves at the same rate. It's synchronized, right? They only know that version of it. And I brought it up too because that song by the Police, Synchronicity, came up, and I was like, well, no, synchronicity actually has this other meaning that people talk about, where you have, there's so many examples. There's a million examples, right? Some people say it's coincidence. Like you go to the grocery store to pick up a few things, and you end up running into your dad, and you go for lunch. And some people might say that's synchronicity, and others say it's coincidence. What's the difference? It's a pretty good question. So I've been pondering that for the last few days after I saw that. I don't know. What do you guys think about?
Stuff like I was looking for ice cube bags, bags we pour water in, and there were nowhere to be found. And then I, give in and give up and go in line, and then just standing there waiting in the line, and I talk to the people in the supermarket. No, we don't have any more. And then my foot stumbles on a bag of ice.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. You got to wonder. Coincidence, synchronicity, and what's the difference?
Example. There can be much more profound.
Yes, absolutely. Of course. Very profound sometimes, but still, it's a good question. I don't know. I do see synchronicities all the time, especially in the last few months since guys like Caveman have been talking more about synchronicity. He's kind of opened my eyes a lot. He's to look more for those things, right?
If everything you experience is synchronicity, it's because you become more aware of them and notice them more.
Is it because you okay?
Then nothing would, be a coincidence, because it would all be, because you would get more and more aware of the way.
So as a human being, you become more synchronized with your reality? Is that how that works? Ace, what do you think, man? I don't know. How does this work exactly? I'm not expert on this matter, but it's very interesting.
Well, I do know the more you notice and pay attention to these synchronicities, the more they end up happening. And I think, and I've seen it during that spiritual awakening I had, to where it was all day, every day. Imagine having a synchronicity, but all day long.
Dude, I heard you talk about it before, and I found it frightening. What you described sounds frightening to me, but interesting at the same time.
Yeah,
but
it
oh,
kind of
yeah,
was.
yeah.
I went 3 weeks straight like that. 3
You
weeks
guys, I
straight,
don't know what to
24
say.
hours a day. I couldn't do.
Yeah.
All I could do was just be outside the matrix while everyone was in it.
Okay. I've gotten to the point where it wasn't that
It's tripping
intense, you
hard.
guys. That's crazy. That's wild. I've had it to
Yeah.
the point where they're annoying me. Have you ever been
Yeah.
that where it's like it's annoying? It's like, fuck, I just
You're
was
like-
talking about Norco BMX bikes to this guy, and then I get hit my car gets hit by one or something. Like
Yeah.
weird shit. Like, fuck. That's just. It's almost annoying sometimes.
Yeah, and the kid that hit you was wearing those ugly red tennis shoes you pointed out to someone else. So.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
And then-
talking about. Weird.
Then the ambulance driver is some guy you knew from work. I mean, it's just it's crazy.
It steamrolls, eh? It steamrolls sometimes.
It's really cool at first, and you're like, oh man, this is awesome. I'm like connected to the universe. I'm feeling the oneness, right?
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
there was a point where I was like, okay, God, I know you're fucking real. I know I asked you to prove that you're real or whatever, but can you tone it down a bit now? Like,
Yeah, it's a little too
okay,
real.
I get it. It's like,
Okay, listen, maybe you could tell me what happened. And remember Hillbilly when I was on your show the other night, if you're in chat, I was talking about this moment. I think it was on his show. Yeah, I was talking with Teresa about it. Something happened to me a few months ago, and I haven't been able to explain it. And it was okay. I'll just quickly explain it again. I was having a lie down, just gonna have a quick nap before work, and I felt like something happened to me. And it's hard for me to explain this because it's never happened to me before, and it hasn't happened since. And I don't know if it ties in with what you guys happened to you guys, but I felt like I was touched by something that affected my mind, or I went somewhere with my mind, and all the emotions flooded into me for about 20 seconds. I was completely overwhelmed by emotions, like all the emotions at once. I felt like something surreal had touched me, and I felt not myself. It's very hard for me to explain it, but it was only 20 seconds and it dissipated, and I just felt like, what the was that, right? What was that? And I don't know. Have you guys ever felt anything like that, where you felt like overwhelmed by your senses?
They call that acid flashback.
Yeah. It was LSD being reintroduced into my bloodstream. Yeah, I wish that was the experience, because I have tried those things in the past, and this wasn't like that. This was not like being high. It wasn't a high feeling. It was a feeling like someone had entered the room almost, and it was too much for it felt like my brain overcharged, just was too much. That's the best way I can describe it, is I felt like I was overwhelmed by something. And
Well,
I've never felt that before on any drugs or alcohol. Like, it was weird.
I've definitely had the overwhelmed feeling from just everything that was going on. I've also had feelings of bliss that put any drug to shame. I mean, it puts ecstasy to shame with how good you just feel all day long, and I think you can actually achieve that naturally.
Huh.
If I don't know how you do it, but just consciousness.
I've been trying to focus.
Yeah, but the overwhelming thing, were you purposely meditating and stuff before all that
I've been
happened?
focusing on, for the last couple of years, on trying to use like this pineal gland, and just trying to meditate and focus on nothing but that gland, but my eye.
Yeah.
And that's all I try and think about. And I've had no success as far as really any. I'm not sure if I've had any success. I mean, my life is good and I'm happy, so I guess, is that success? I don't know. But this other time, I wasn't trying to meditate, but I was trying to go to sleep, and I was thinking about my eye. And I don't know. It was a bizarre feeling. I can't explain
it
it.
wasn't just like an energy rush? Would
It
you
was like you
describe it like
said,
that?
blissful. It was
Yeah.
blissful, but it was all the other emotions at the same time. So I was
Okay.
scared and like I know it makes me sound like a crazy person. I don't know if I should be sharing this online, but there you
Yeah.
have it. There you have it. I can't explain it. I don't know what happened to me, but it was an interesting
I've,
experience.
Sounds like the body paralysis just before that, or after that. When you,
I was for that 20 seconds staring at the roof and not really moving, just kind of in awe and overwhelmed. So, anyways,
yeah.
I don't know.
I'll keep trying to get back to that.
Yeah. See what, but
For
then I
real.
might slip into what happened to you. I don't want that to happen.
Hey,
I don't know
well,
if that's too deep for me, man.
it
I
was,
don't know.
man, it was amazing. Dude, I used
Was
to,
it?
during this time, I lived in Houston and it rains a lot. And I had a convertible car and I actually permanently left the top off of it. I mean, at all times, even parked it at night with the top off. If it was raining, I'd throw some fucking swim trunks on and go drive in the rain. And it was amazing. I'd always, who wouldn't want to do that, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know, everything had a different meaning. It was great. Like, but then
That's
again,
interesting.
you know, so one of the synchronicities that happened to me that is burned into my memory is this was like right in the middle of it, and I'd already seen all kinds of weird miracles and signs. And one day I drove all the way on the other side of town, like 40 miles away, right? And it was a nice day. It wasn't raining, nothing. Then on the way back home, I'm on I-10, a major freeway, and it just starts getting ominous and dark, like it's about to fucking thunderstorm. And I didn't have my top with me. I was like, oh man, I love driving in the rain, but I don't want to drive in a hurricane. You know what I mean? I was like, I'm not ready for this. I'm like, fuck, why did I screw myself? And then it started raining, and then next thing you know, I'm not getting rained on. I'm seeing like sunlight. And I look up, and there's a perfect hole punched through the clouds, okay? And right when I looked up, I see two birds fly, like seagulls or some shit, right? And this hole in the clouds is eye to eye, as far as you could see any direction. It was a thunderstorm, right? But this hole like followed me back to my house, okay, for like 20 minutes, and I didn't get rained on. And I'm sitting here driving, everyone's got their wipers on, coming on the other lane, and we're just sitting here, I mean, I'd get a little bit of rain on me, but I wasn't getting the deluge, you know what I mean?
Wow.
So
You gotta wonder. You gotta wonder
that
what.
was,
I have a weird one too.
I don't know.
I don't know either. You ask yourself, is it coincidence? Is it synchronicity? Were you just happening to follow the weather
That's the
pattern that
thing,
just
though.
happened to have a hole in the sky?
I know,
Or was
and that's,
someone watching you and
see,
somehow the
but
weather pattern was.
I think all these kind of things happen to where there's a little bit of coincidence left, so you can decide,
Ponder.
oh, it was just a coincidence. All these things happen that you say are coincidences.
love
But
it.
when coincidences like that happen over and over in the same day and all
Yep.
the time,
It's not
they
a
stop
coincidence.
being coincidences.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to get to that point. And I thought I didn't have attachment to money and all that shit, right? I thought I was better than that, you know? Like, yeah, I got money, but it doesn't control
Yeah,
my life and whatnot.
right.
Well, I was in sales, and I always did really well. Well, for like this 2 or 3 months, I couldn't make a sale to save my life. Not one. And I had, it's not
Lost
like
your
people
mojo.
were just saying no. No, they weren't just saying no. That's the thing. Like I'd show up to a house and I'm there. I'm like, hey, is Mr. Fredrickson here? And there's like a people sitting around in a circle in the living room. They're like, oh, he just passed away last night. We're the family and we're blah, blah, blah. Or I'd show up to the house and they're like, oh, we're moving all of a sudden. Even though we just moved in, now we're moving back to Tennessee. You know what I mean? All these
Weird.
situations
Yes.
to where
Yeah.
I couldn't sell them the product. And at the same time, I'm like leaving $50 tips at pizza places. And you know what I mean? Like just giving money away to homeless people, giving thumbs, rides and shit like that.
So
I
you
see
know
someone
that you're
broke
yeah,
down.
You're good.
So
Your
I'm like,
karma
fuck
is
it.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't have any, like, I became basically completely fucking broke, but somehow I still managed to pay for everything. I always had whatever the little bit of money I needed at the time. And if I really needed money, you know what I would do? Go into a gas station, buy a lottery ticket, scratch it off right there, hand it back to them. They'd give me $20 because it was a $20 winner. Yeah.
Wow.
But I couldn't do it if that's what I wanted. It would only work if I
Yeah.
like needed it for something.
Okay, I've had
And
the
it
same
worked every
experiences. Yeah. Yeah. So I had the same experiences. My friends would play that Keno game. Do you guys have that there? Keno? Where it's like in bars. So
know.
it's a number board that flashes up. It's like bingo. Numbers come up. You pick numbers or something, and it's like you pick numbers and win money, right? And it's just a game you can play in most bars. It's in Canada here, all over the place. I thought they were everywhere. But anyway, it's just a dumb digital game. They flash the numbers up and maybe you win. I could never win by myself, but when my friends asked me to pick the numbers for them, they'd fucking win hundreds of dollars. So I'd be like, okay, well, buy me a beer and I'll pick your numbers for you.
Yeah. And that's
It's
why
weird.
I think these psychics, you're like, oh, if they can predict lottery numbers, how come they don't just do that and become
'Cause
rich?
it doesn't
Because you
work that
can't.
way.
I know. There's some weird thing
Universal
about
law, some kind of law.
Yeah.
Here,
And-
I've got an interesting. Sorry,
That's
go
what
ahead.
they have.
Well, I was going to say too, a lot, you know, people would think these elites know all these like hidden secrets of the universe, and they either, I don't think they do, because when you know it, you cannot use it for nefarious purposes.
Maybe
It's
certain
just-
things
it-
cannot be used for selfish endeavors.
Right.
Yeah. Huh. So
anyway.
here, I've got here's a quick, you tell me, is this a coincidence or you tell me. So when I was young, I had a Japanese exchange student come and stay with us, right? And great guy, Motonobu, his name was, and really nice kid. And I stayed for a few weeks and then he left. And years and years and years go by. I'm like about 20, 21. It was like, say, 10 years go by. And then I'm in a different city, walking down the street. And who do I bump into?
Mr.
Motonobu.
Yakinodo. Oh.
Mr. Motonobu. Like, and we recognize each other. And it was crazy. It was a totally different place, a totally different city. How does that happen? It was billions of people up on this planet, and I run into this guy in a different place, and it was his only his second time back to Canada since the time he had been there in 10 years before, and I happened to see him. Like,
it's hard enough
crazy,
to run
right?
into a friend in your own city somewhere, you know? It's
But
like,
someone
oh
from
my
Japan.
God.
Yeah, so that one freaks me out sometimes. I don't know. I don't know. Coincidence, perhaps.
Did you hear
all those
about the gummy bear? the other
Hemp
day?
gummy bears, yeah, they're delicious.
I was walking the dogs and thinking of radio host character interviewing the NASA lady that talks about insulating the Orion module
Oh,
water, So I thought, okay, should just say gummy bears instead. And then we turn the corner, come up on the sidewalk. We were walking on a gravel road. Come up on the sidewalk, and then there's a gummy bear. There's 2 gummy bears and another piece of candy. But that was
strange, right? Weird little things that most people won't pick up on if you're not really paying attention, right?
Yeah, but I mean, really, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and who's to make sense of any of these synchronicities? They're just, who knows?
It would have been
Part of the ether?
cooler if I had predicted that it was around the corner.
Hmm.
Then,
That's very interesting. Well, that may lead to talk about what we were going to talk about earlier, remote viewing. If you guys have ever talked about it much before. It's interesting. I don't know how much success I had, a fair amount. I'm not a huge expert on the subject, but I know what it's about. I know how you study it. I know you know, how to do it.
Just go to the Far Side Institute. They'll teach you.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So what's the
No,
difference
it's real shit, man.
What's the difference
So-
between astral projection and out of body experience?
Astral is a different realm.
Would one
Well,
be
well,
more
out-of-body.
purposefully done and one more by accident?
No,
That part I don't know.
Well-
I've had OBEs that definitely were not on purpose.
yeah. See, and when you have that, you're still in this exact 3D world, right?
Not really.
No.
It's
No,
kind of like
just, you know-
this is just one of many layers on top of
Okay.
each other that we are not privy to, I guess, seeing in these bodies. You could call the body a firewall.
Yes.
And when you're outside the body, it's the same thing, but more colors and sometimes more objects, more company, let's just say.
Yeah. You can see things that you can't see with the human eye.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The body's a firewall.
Just to be clear, though, remote viewing is not astral projection, it's not like that. It's a little different than that. It's more of you're snatching bits of information from what I like to call the information highway, the ether highway. You're grabbing little things, and it's so hard to grab this information that the human mind can only grab small, minuscule, tiny little bits, tiny little things. So what you do is remote viewers will work in conjunction, 2 or 3 together, to view something, and they'll be told, okay, we want you to view a picture we have, but they won't show you the picture. They'll put the picture face down on a table, and the 3 remote viewers will have some paper in front of them, and they'll be, we want you to view these things. So you start viewing, and what you're doing is you're grabbing information without thinking. You can't think. As soon as you start, like, you know how you go into a meditative state, you almost have to use that kind of conditioning to snatch these bits of information. Yeah. So you go into that kind of mindset.
It's almost like wild guessing. It's almost like
somewhat,
wild
but you're
guess,
fed.
But yeah,
you're fed an answer, and the answer might be red, right? It might be bubbles. It might be anything. And what you do as a remote viewer a lot of the time is training, is getting used to having very good descriptive words, right? Work on your vocabulary to the point where you can describe things, and you know how to describe things very quickly, because these little bits of information, right, it might be just a little flash of the color red. So that's what you perceive as red. Or it might be bubbles. You see bubbles, so you want to have the right words to describe the things you're seeing. So what they found is, 2 or 3 of these remote viewers viewing one picture. Say the picture down was the Eiffel Tower. Well, they would come out with like up to 100% viewing accuracy on the pictures, and it's remarkable because this system isn't conducted through psychics. It's not this standard, people are born with this gift, like Martin was talking about earlier, it's something you got to be born with. Well, no, this was actually a government program, funded program, and used for over a decade, I believe, decades, I think. And used to spy on different nations, like what's in that Chinese facility. We want to know what's in that facility. And then we get these guys who were trained for 10 years on remote viewing. And it's basically, they came up with a way to train psychics. And I'm not saying by any means I'm a psychic, but I believe that there might be some validity to pulling information from somewhere that is not just visible to us.
Well, like the Akashic Records almost type of deal. But yeah, these people can view locations on Earth and mountains,
and describe them in
with
detail.
A tunnel, and then someone sees a corkscrew thing, and it ends up being a spring on a contraption, and it's wild, man. I've only tried or successfully done any 2 times where I could see things in this world during astral projection.
Wow.
Because I was always fascinated that people could basically leave their body, see their body behind. I've only seen that twice, where you look back and you're sleeping, right? All the other times I was in a whole nother world that was not this world at all. Like, this world is gray and cold compared to the other places that exist.
Really?
Like the
I've
higher
never
levels,
experienced anything like that.
they're more like storybook. I think anybody can astral project. I taught my cousin how to do it.
I would like to, but I'd have to add something. I believe from, I don't know if anybody else has this problem, but from engaging in Mary Jane, I haven't dreamed in years. I don't dream. I never, ever dream. And I do dream,
what we opened
but
with.
it's never apparent or remembered when I wake up. Not even a shred. And it's been like that for over 10 years now. I can't remember the last dream I had. So I wanted to get that out there.
It's messing with your melatonin production. Yeah.
Perhaps, but I feel
making
good.
It too much. Yeah.
You know, yeah. It's unusual, but I don't feel any worse for wear. You know what I mean?
The thing is, you are dreaming. You're just not remembering it. Because
I'm not remembering
to remember
it. I'm aware of that.
So here's some things you can do. First of all, you got to keep a dream journal, like a little notepad next to you.
Okay.
As soon as you wake up, try to remember anything.
Yeah.
Try to remember anything, and you'll start remembering more and more.
Okay.
Secondly, if you want to go crazy and mess with your dreams, you can set an alarm clock for every 1.5 hours. And you're trying to wake yourself up while you're in REM sleep.
Oh. Yeah. No, I've
what
been.
Happens when you smoke a lot, you end up staying in deep sleep way more.
Okay.
And you still go in REM. You don't get REM sleep, you'll end up dying, basically. You know.
Yeah. No, deep REM sleep is very important. Yeah, I absolutely. I think I'm getting that because I mean I get as much sleep as I need and I feel good. All is good.
Right.
No health problems. So I assume everything is okay. But yeah, I don't know. Marijuana affects your dream patterns. I find that very interesting. That statement alone is something very interesting about that.
Yeah,
it cuts
just
off
making
something.
you sleep too deep. It's making you sleep too deep, and when you wake up, you're just
like a baby.
You just don't remember
it every night. Yeah, I love it. I recommend that to anybody with sleep apnea. Don't take pills. Smoke a joint.
When I was when I went to the healer school, I stopped smoking, and because I couldn't, it didn't feel right. Do it at the same time. Because it makes holes or it does something. It does something to your, makes you unclear.
Perhaps.
What school was this? What kind of school did you say?
Healer school.
Healer school.
So at healer schools, there's no medicinal marijuana used in any procedures or anything?
No.
Are you talking about like professional?
Oh, yeah, like, energy healing school. Energy healing.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I don't know much about that.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Yeah. Cool. I would like to know more of that. Does that have to deal with crystals and shit? No?
Not at school.
No. Okay.
A lot of people that talk about all this astral projecting and like the guru type people, they say, marijuana is a good thing, it's a sacred plant, but and even like the ayahuasca shamans, like they're like, there's no problem with it at all. It's just don't do it too much because
what do you guys think about ayahuasca? Have you tried it, Ace?
That's next on the list.
I got two things
DMT,
on the list.
Though.
Oh, you've tried DMT. Okay, that was next on the list. Really? I really want. I'm curious. I'm really curious, but it sounds so crazy and intense that I don't know. Right? Just wow. When you hear people explain it, and have you guys heard of the people who have seen the Clockwork Elves? Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
So
and I've never seen them though.
No? Okay.
No,
so a lot of people have reported seeing these things that have been called clockwork elves. And these elves will be working, right? They'll just be at work. They'll be doing things, building things, but the things they're building will be impossible items, things that are break reality in your mind. So like an egg made of glass, or I don't know, you know what I mean? Like things that don't fit into our reality, and then they present them to you, right? And it's just wild, and it really, I really would like to experience that, I think, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it too intense? I mean,
Another
when you
thing that no, it's not.
did you
See,
have a
for
spotter?
me,
Did you have a spotter?
no. I think it's way more benign. It's less scary. Personally, I don't think you could have a bad trip, but maybe you can. This is after having done, shrooms and 4 ACO DMT
Right.
and a little bit of LSD. I never really got into acid. To me, it's weak. It's like a toy. You know what I mean? You end up sitting there trying to look up trippy things because you're bored. That's for me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I got no spiritual insight whatsoever. Anyways, so the DMT, the first time I only did 1 hit. You're supposed to do about 3.
Okay.
And literally 10 seconds later, I'm like, oh shit. I look down at my arm, it's got like green bubbles, when you look at yourself when you're tripping.
You're kidding me.
And I look at the wall, and all of a sudden, everything has geometric patterns. So I lay down, and I have my eyes closed, and there's these geometric patterns that turn into a wormhole. So it's like I'm going through this wormhole and I even saw the Tool album covers. The 2 skulls that are next to each other, and all the eyes. I saw those, dude. That's real shit.
Oh, Anima?
Yes.
Album? You saw that shit.
Yeah, all the eyes that make a hallway.
That would have freaked me out, dude, right? That's awesome.
Basically, that's where I stayed for the first one, because I only did the 1 hit. So it was basically like being blasted into
another
super duper ashram trip. Yeah.
Yeah. See, no, dude, I've done those other things. I've never seen anything like that, like on mushrooms or acid back in the day. I don't do those things anymore, but
but
back when I was young,
okay. So here's the deal. With acid and mushrooms, it messes with the way you think.
They say that you're clinically insane after you've done it 2 or 3 times or something, right?
Whatever. But while you're on it, you're not thinking properly. Like now, you don't have this form of consciousness. When you're on DMT, it's like you're still completely awake, like right now.
Really?
Your mind is not affected at all. Yeah, and you can use your judgment, and you're like, wow, I can't believe this is happening. It's like you still have this consciousness. It doesn't affect your consciousness, but I was in the waiting room, but then the next couple of times I did a lot, and I definitely left. I was somewhere else.
So DMT is responsible for dreaming, isn't it?
Yes.
We think it is. That's what's assumed by science.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Well, it gets released when you dream.
Yeah, released in your deep REM sleep, and you start dreaming from it. So marijuana perhaps cuts off your DMT supply.
No,
that's released into your body.
I think you're still dreaming. Marijuana just suppresses your consciousness.
It suppresses the DMT. That's what I'm thinking.
It could, because also melatonin's produced by your pineal gland too, right?
You know how marijuana coats certain cells, like fat cell or something, like it stores and coats?
Yeah.
Maybe it's doing some weird shit like that, where it's coating the DMT and it's not being released properly.
Could be. Maybe.
I'm just taking a wild stab at it.
Yeah, I don't know. It very well could be. Well, see, when you smoke a lot of weed, it's messing with your melatonin. It's making you have more melatonin, right? So when you go to sleep at night, your body doesn't release a bunch of melatonin, which is coming from the same gland, the pineal gland. So maybe it inhibits it in some way.
In some way.
But when you first start smoking weed, you end up having really crazy dreams.
Huh.
But then when you become a pothead, then you don't remember your dreams as much. That's what
Not
I
at all.
found.
Yeah, not at
So,
all.
yeah, I
It's
hadn't
a
been
fair
smoking
trade-off. I'm
for
willing
almost a
to
year.
give up my nice. Yeah,
Right.
it's all good with
But
me. It's all good in the
you
hood.
can still smoke and have dreams. Like you are having them, you're just not
Yeah,
remembering them because you're too deeply
right. I
asleep.
am aware. Yeah, I'm sure.
So,
I'm sure that they're happening. It's too bad because I bet some of those dreams are really good.
yeah, because to remember your dream, you have to wake up right as it's happening. Have you ever noticed you're like,
Okay.
oh, I can't believe I woke up. I was
Yeah.
having such a good dream. But guess
Yeah.
what? If you wouldn't have woke up, you wouldn't have remembered that dream.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I remember,
the
yeah,
thing.
years
That's the
ago having a
trade-off.
dream, and there's like, one of those dreams every guy's had was just like, there's a gorgeous chick in a dream, and then like, and the alarm goes off. You're like, no,
Yeah.
you turn the dream off, and you put your head back down. You're like, oh fuck, I got to get back into that dream.
Sometimes
I'm gonna
you
get back into
can.
that dream. Where is
I
she?
know.
Where is she? No, oh, she's gone.
I know. It's good stuff, man. So what makes a dream any less real than this world?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know. Because I can touch things, I can smell, see, and hear things in a dream.
You can go through a lot more damage in the dream than you can in this reality.
It's like
Yeah, I
me.
guess so.
I think
I
we've
wonder
all
if it's
fallen.
possible.
We've all fallen, and we're still here.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I
Yeah.
would question whether our dreams fragments of our memory and fragments of our day pieced together randomly in our brain while we sleep, or are they
Yeah.
experience and a glimpse into another dimension or somewhere else? I don't know. It's weird. It's hard to say. Is it a glimpse into the future? Like someone was talking earlier. Does my screen look like that? Does my screen look
Yeah,
like
it's
it's fucking?
weird.
Wow,
It
that's
looks like you're on
trippy,
a
dude. That's
70s
crazy.
CCTV.
Okay, I'm just gonna go with that shit. That's cool, man.
Who's beaming
I'm
you
being
out?
hacked. I'm being
You're
hacked.
getting beamed out.
Too much truth. Too much truth.
I know.
Raise the gain.
Ooh, hey, y'all want to know something really cool? Start talking about
It's fucked up.
like deep ass like realities about like consciousness and all this
Whoa,
stuff,
Domo.
and then lights start flickering. Have you ever noticed that?
Shit.
When you start getting real deep with somebody, and they're like, "Oh my god, yeah, that's right," da da da. Next thing you notice, like lights will start flickering, or
That happened to me
you'll
with a
start
girlfriend
seeing
I was talking to
stars.
25 years ago. We were talking about really intense stuff, and the lights started flickering. Yeah, it's weird. I haven't thought about that in a long time. But,
It happens. It happens a lot, man. That's how you know you're on the right track, I think. Is when you get these synchronicities and all that kind of stuff.
yeah.
But often when you're trying to tell people about like the truth of the universe and God, right? That's when you always end up getting distracted, or something happens where, I don't know, you just get off the topic.
I am being
It's the
fucking
weirdest
hacked.
thing. You
I
are.
must be being hacked, man.
Or
This
you
is
have
what
a
Math
magnet.
Power Land is always talking about.
You have a
I
magnet.
get it now.
If you have a magnet near your camera, that'll cause that too.
Huh.
Or your camera's about to die, or it just did.
I sure did.
In the void now. He's
Big
being beamed out
perfect.
of here.
With the lights and the electricity, when you think about being an electromagnetic being, and if you do like this and stand behind or in front of you can do it in front of the mirror in the bathroom, or up against the light or kind of dull background, and you can see the like milky white aura around the fingers, and in between, when you do like this and hold them up and look, like you look through them, you look past, and then you focus on where they are, and then there's like white haze and then ultraviolet blue lightning, and you do
Curly
like
in photography gets pictures of it.
electricity lines going like this. I mean,
That's the force.
I've been able to see that many times. I can see that. You can just do it outside. You can also just, I think daytime, you know, just go out. Yeah.
Daytime and nighttime.
But especially if you like this a little first, because then you, or even build up. Yeah, after building up energy, then.
Curlian photography gets pictures of that around leaves, around the human hand. You can see the electric field all around. Just go put in Curlian photography, like KIR. You might have seen it, right? Yeah. Like, that's awesome. And that's, I guess that's our auras, you could say, maybe?
Definitely.
It seems like it. I mean, we can't see it with our eyes, but certain visual spectrum photography can pick up these things.
At the same time, we're antennas. You know? These antennas all over.
Yeah, we can make the radio come in clearer or make the station go out. Just touch something near the radio that's metal, and there you go. At least it does that for me. Especially when you get out of the shower or you're all wet. And if you walk by a radio and you can hear, like it goes in and out of stations, you're like, what was that? Was that me? Like you're in an electric field walking around a radio. I don't know if anybody's experienced that. That happens to me often.
Not often.
Really? Just try it. So next time you get out of the shower, I listen to the radio in the shower, and I hang it on a, the bar that goes across that has the shower curtain. And, I grab the bar, and then the radio just goes completely out. Like, I let go of the bar, it comes back. So it's like an extension of the antenna. And I don't know what the water is doing, but it seems to increase the effect when your skin is all wet.
Yeah.
I thought that was a common thing. So making me feel like I'm weird.
So, don't be scared. You'll be fine.
What, you losing everybody here? What happened to Corn?
Corn?
Corn dropped out? That's my
You talking about Dreadhead?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, the radio thing. You could be walking around in one spot, and all of a sudden it fucks up the radio signal.
Yeah, we definitely have an effect on that. I used to grab the rabbit ears as a kid. The aluminum foil and the rabbit ears, and increase the signal.
Yeah, or if you have something like a speaker connector for your computer, it plugs in with a little jack. If you just touch it, it goes.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But yeah, that Krillian photography is badass, man. Have you seen where they take pictures of food? Like they took a picture of a GMO lettuce and it looks all fucking dead, and then they got an organic one and it's got bright electricity shit everywhere.
Yep, and the difference is when you're expressing malevolent feelings versus positive, benevolent feelings towards the plants and the reactions to them and all that stuff. It's amazing. And it goes back to water has memory. If water has memory and plants are literally filled with water.
We are.
And we're filled with water. These thoughts, these electromagnetic thoughts, perhaps, are impacting water. And you could make somebody sick. You concentrate enough hate. And no wonder why Hillary's like taking, falls. You know how many millions of people are focusing their hate on her?
Yeah, and the choice of words.
Yep. We're all spelling each other on each other. We're like little Harry Potters with the English language they've taught us. Yeah. We have to be careful what we're saying to each other, too. I've noticed more and more. I don't watch TV, but I've been catching some of it recently. And you know how you see the F word? It's like F, something, 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 ing. So they block out the UCK, but you know what it is. Well, I'm seeing that like everywhere on every channel now. It'd be like during a commercial. Are you F ... kidding me? And I'm like, this is a commercial? They're putting the F-bomb in there? like it's so desensitizing everybody now to cursing and just that whole.
Yeah.
And then that,
It actually brings more attention to it.
well, it becomes the norm. And then it's easy to just push them off the cliff.
I think it's Louis C.K. makes this joke about the N-word. He's like, why do people say the N-word? You know, it's like, now you're making me think of that word by saying the N-word. You know, it's like you bring more attention to it by saying N-word than just saying the word itself. And you say N-word. We all know what you mean, but I don't know. He says it. But it's like that. F, blank, 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 ing. Like, why is that? I don't want the kids to see this constantly everywhere they look. It's kind of like they're watching cursing to me. I mean, whether it's in there or not, it's kind of the same thing.
It's going to be interesting to see how it looks in 50 years from now, how the language is.
That's just going to be demoralization, Sodom and Gomorrah. It's going to be like shocking. I mean, just our life and culture now would make most of our grandparents have a heart attack. They'd be like, Satan's took over! Ah! They'd be like freaking out because everything is so demoralized compared to how proper and politically correct and etiquette and respect and all the way it was back then. You know, just 80 years ago. Life was so much different. Now it's just you couldn't walk by somebody 80 years ago without saying hello, how are you doing? You know, you just walk by somebody. Now it's very rare.
Succeeding, but I still think that we have a chance. It's not. No, I don't think it's going to go that way. It is that way now, but I mean, I don't think it can continue.
I don't know. A lot of people welcome it. Kind of the worse and demoralized things get, and I see a lot of people kind of like, yay, they kind of like it. So they're going to bring it in. If it's welcomed and it's not shunned, whether we like it or not,
No,
that's capitalism. What's that?
The demoralization has been more normalized.
It has been normalized. And if you stand out from it, you know, well, if you stand out from anything, like the groupthink, the tribalism, you're shunned, you're outcasted, that's the way it's always been. It's nothing new now. It's just flat Earth is pretty rare, it seems. So when you're into that, you're pretty far outcasted.
Well,
I've been hearing more and more, though, that people are meeting people close by to them who are looking into flat Earth. Like, that's something I haven't gone through yet. Pretty much all alone, offline with it. Offline life, online life.
I've only told one friend and my daughters.
Yeah, I came out to the kids a few weeks ago for the first time. You believe the Earth is flat? I'm like, oh no. I gotta do this talk now.
Yeah. But I mean, I have put stuff up, you know, just a little on Facebook.
Your kids are older though, aren't they? Like the ones I dealing with 13-year-olds. Just kids.
That would be cool. I wish they were 13. I think that would be easier because, well, I mean, they still have minds of their own to, you know, look into things.
Yeah, older, you're more set in your ways, you're more set in your thinking. Younger, you can still kind of help mold the mind a little.
Yeah, did you see my daughter was on there?
On Hot Taters, right?
Yeah, my daughter said, I said hi. That was cool. That was nice.
I didn't even know you were going to be on our show. I saw her show and I saw you. Wow, because she makes these shows so quick sometimes I can't even keep track.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not easy to book this So much.
Oh, you were probably booked for a week or so, but I mean, I don't hear about them until last minute.
4 or 5 days or something before.
Guys, Hillbilly didn't hop on. What's up, Hillbilly?
Oh, I have to go soon. It's really, really late. I want to see this.
So I guess Mr. J got hacked, huh?
It's
He's
Did he
not
get
back.
hacked?
I don't know. It's weird. Never seen
still
somebody
dark.
go out there.
check. Or
Popcorn.
I'll go in 10 minutes.
Yeah, what time is it? Like 4 in the morning?
6.
It's only midnight here.
It's become darker. Where are you, Jibby? Are you outside?
No, I'm in New Hampshire, and it's cold and wet outside here.
You just had a third arm there. Is that your daughter or something?
No, that's just it's my.
Oh.
It's one of them things. Oh yeah. No.
Oh, I love you. I love you.
We gotta team up on some comedy sometime.
Yeah.
What happened?
What?
No, we were talking about you.
Oh.
How cool you are, and
Shout out to Ace.
stuff like that. I thought I'd just say it, just put it out there. Okay.
Oh, my earpiece died. Now I can't hear anything.
What? What?
Yeah, popcorn mouth. I couldn't hear him.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, I should probably mute that. Hello?
Hello.
Oh,
Okay, just testing my speakers. I can't hear you guys.
yeah.
Oh, what is this? Hippie chat tonight? What's going on here? Get a haircut, hippie. The long hair of flat earth.
What's up, Hillbilly?
Yeah, I had my audio properly set up wrong. You guys couldn't hear me, could you?
No, we couldn't.
I said, "What's up, you bunch of crazy potatoes?" And don't dare trying to cut my hair. How y'all doing tonight?
Hanging in there. How you doing?
Finer than a frog's hair.
Finer than a frog's hair.
You ever seen a frog's hair?
No, sir.
That's because it's pretty damn fine.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty fine.
The new Pete's Dragon has hair, though. They kind of like mammalize dragons.
Oh.
If you've seen the new movie, he basically got fur.
What?
Yeah.
Movie?
It's Pete's Dragon. It's a remake of Pete's Dragon, which was an old 1977 Disney film, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't think Disney did this one, but I think they might have. I don't know. They seem to have a hand in everything, but they've kind of mammalized them. So I can't even tell this thing's a reptilian now. kind of like a dog's face. It's weird.
I'll have to check that out. Furry dragons, what's next?
This is what's
Oh,
next.
Hairless cats?
Feathered snakes.
So why aren't you changing your pajamas tonight, Ace?
We weren't having a slumber party, so
Oh, no.
It would have been announced.
another time.
Well, I bet you had a pile of laundry that night.
Yeah, for the dry cleaning. Could you imagine taking all that shit in a dry clean? Like, wash this one.
Taking all wet shit into the dry cleaner.
Pajamas.
Next time, you need to go out and get you a smoking jacket for the next one. I was waiting for you to come in with a smoking jacket on.
That's just
Well, I could do that.
keep the pot smoke off your regular work clothes.
Pretend this was a smoking jacket.
There you go.
Comfortable.
What time is it over there? Oh, what's that? 2 papers?
Boy, I love it. It is 6:00 in the morning.
You say it's 6?
Hmm?
What time is it?
6:08 in the morning, she said.
Dang.
Could have been to bed ages ago.
Let's just double up tomorrow.
What? The double up tomorrow? Yeah, there's the Ghostbusters balloon tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess they lost contact an hour into the launch or something. And they were supposed to keep GPS contact with it the whole time, but they lost contact with it, and that's the last I heard about anything. I don't know what happened, if they recovered it or anything.
Yeah, I've been asking people today. No one's said anything. Yeah, they lost contact like after only a few minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, what am I saying? An hour? I meant to say a mile. After like 1 mile, they lost contact. 1 mile, 1 hour.
Didn't they do that before and the same thing happened?
Well, they weren't like expecting to track the other ones with GPS the whole time. Like usually they expect GPS to go out once it gets to a certain distance away, and then once it gets back within range, the GPS kicks back on, you locate it online, and you go get it. They had better equipment this time that it was supposed to keep in contact through the whole flight, but I guess that didn't work.
Just go off on a big conspiracy theory. Nighttime drone shot it down.
Yeah, you never know, because like they don't like night launches, and
don't like no balloon launches, period.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't go too high, they don't seem to mind. And it depends on where you are, and yeah, it's kind of like, all right, kiddies, let's make sure that you're gonna stay safe with your little balloon. You're not gonna see anything adult.
Could you imagine just having to register a helium balloon you got from a clown at a carnival with the FAA?
Yeah, really.
It's like, hey, in airspace, we need a, you need to register.
Well, I mean, you don't want one of these things getting sucked up in a jet engine. See, that wouldn't be good.
No, but they got permission, so it was.
It's got legends.
So the planes could see where it was.
Yeah, they had the FAA lights that blink at a certain rate. Everything regulation, so should have been fine.
But yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
They did it from Denver, right? I think it was Denver, or not Denver, just
I mean, I did watch. Yeah, I think that's
Like 10 of those weather balloons and fly on up and see it for myself. That'd be badass. Wear a spacesuit or a diving suit, whatever.
and do like a bring Red Bull up there, but with Jaeger, and do a Jaeger bomb, and then jump. And then you jump, and you could be the Jaeger bomb jumper.
no the hemp bomb.
We need a hemp bomber.
The whole town went completely.
That should be a national campaign, like for every nation. Just get all your pot seeds and just plant them everywhere. Plant them on government land. Plant them everywhere. Plant them on your neighbor's yard. Just chuck seeds everywhere.
Yeah, we did that last year and the year before. It was a day of the year where I'll
Nice.
spread seeds.
Did you see my weed plant I showed earlier today, Jimmy?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It grew from a crop from last year, all females. And I guess the roots must have survived and didn't water it or nothing. And I live in Colorado where it's basically a desert. This thing's healthy as shit.
And it's just residuals from the last, just that stayed in the soil?
Yeah, go back and see it, Jimmy.
I mean, it does that with like tomatoes and stuff. Like, you know, a couple of years after you plant them, sometimes one will grow. So yeah, it makes sense.
Well, I could see that because of the seeds more than anything, but yeah.
Seed must have got away or something.
It's freaking dank. It's got crystals all over it. It's good.
Don't shake it too much.
Not unless you got something underneath it to catch it, huh?
How you doing, Hillbilly?
All
Hi.
right. How about yourself? Nice to talk to you finally.
I don't think we've talked before, have we?
No,
I just have a bad memory.
I seen you in my comments a couple times when I had a hangout, and I watched you on Patricia's show the other day. So, and if the haters want to say there's such thing as a potato crew, welcome to the potato crew.
Oh my God, is that all of us? Are we all like potato crew here?
Yeah. Ace, you've been on there, right?
Yeah. Hillbilly.
I hadn't been interviewed yet,
Oh, how
but I was on secret.
You were on a secret hangout. Yeah, that's what I was on too. It still counts.
Yeah, but I thought it was nice to come on later, be on the secret hangout first, and then come on later, and especially this late. I mean, okay, I didn't have that much to. Well, yes, I didn't have the same. Anyway, yeah, because then I didn't feel like a stranger. It just felt like Trish and I talking, you know, and it was just.
She makes you feel comfortable that way, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah. The little 5-minute talk we had before the before the show actually started. Heck, so comfortable you don't even realize she pushed the go live button, you know, and until she actually says it. Then you're right back to your comfort zone as soon as she gets going.
Yeah, and endless, you know, she can talk about everything.
I gotta admit though, her opening up with your face morphine software, that threw me off. Whoa, my Aunt Patricia show. I've seen your videos before, but I didn't know you was going to be the guest. And she opens up with that.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to try to use see if you could do it live with the Hangout while you're on a Hangout, because I haven't figured out how to make a Hangout myself yet.
Oh, yeah.
But so then I just, because I just got the idea shortly before the show, so I'll just record it and send it to her, and then she can. So, but yeah, that could be fun to find out if it works.
She's a great interviewer, and she's very structured, and it's got a great format to it, and for a kind of thing like that, she does a great job. You know, a lot of people want her to go. Well, if she goes, what do we have with that kind of format? We don't have anything else like that. Well, you know what I'm saying? She gives a platform to a lot of no-name people who now can get their information noticed. That's a good thing. Not a lot of people do that. And the people that do don't do it as often as her.
Yeah, Glenn that was on tonight, that was also a very good show. Very.
I didn't get to catch that tonight, so I'll have to go back.
I missed it.
I seen it in my email when I got up. I already been in bed and woke up tonight. But seen an email where she had a hangout tonight. I didn't watch it neither.
Well, guys, it's been a pleasure.
Always.
I will have to go now. Wait.
Children,
have a good sleep.
Good night, everyone.
Have sweet lucid dreams.
Yeah.
If you're really tired, that's good. You might have a lot of dreams.
Yeah. I have a dream.
We'll have to meet up in the astral plane.
Yeah, let's all hang out later, about 4 hours from now.
Later, everyone.
Later.
All right, bye, Zoe.
All right.
Love you. Bye.
Later.
You know, I always wondered if you could do that. Meet up with somebody in a dream. Like, y'all both know you're trying to look for each other and see if you can remember. I've had a shared dream with my girlfriend one time before, and we were both freaked out about it. Told me about this crazy dream she just had, and I was in it, and like I remembered all the details, and I was like, and then this happened, and this happened. Like, yeah. Like, whoa, what the fuck is this all about, you know? And
I've had that
later on that day, pretty much forgot about it, but shared dreams, you've had a couple or what?
I've had a couple with a couple people over my lifetime that I remember, but one was really weird, and it was like 7 years ago, and both my ex and I, well, she was getting out of bed, I was still kind of half awake, and then we heard a voice say, "Where do you think you're going?" And she turns and she looks at me and she goes, "What did you say?" And I'm like, "I didn't say that." And so we both heard a voice that was not there, but it was. You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought it was a part of my dream because I was kind of half awake when she woke up. And she was getting out of bed and the voice is like, "Where do you think you're going?" And she's like, "What did you say?" I'm like, "Huh? That wasn't me." That was pretty freaky. I have no explanation for that.
Yeah. I always like when you're, when you haven't slept for a day and you're going on to the next day and just kind of zoning out, and you hear stuff. Like, it's like a dream playing in the background of your head, and audio gets louder and quieter, and do you know what I'm talking about? Like auditory hallucination.
Like 36 hours or something, maybe?
Yeah. For me, it happens after it's like a day and a half. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Sometimes I think I'm hearing a radio on or something.
Right.
I'm like, what is that? What's that? I'm hearing music. I'm hearing voices. I'm hearing Grand Central Station. I'm like, what is this noise?
Like random conversations other people are having, but there ain't nobody around.
Yeah, and it's not like loud and clear either. It's background.
Right. I would hate to have voices like that all the time. That would be horrible.
Like these TIs, these targeted individuals talk about, where the voices are just loud in their head. Like, can you imagine? These assholes in these NSA trailers are really doing that to people. That's sick.
Yeah. Very well could be.
Well, I mean, they could just stick shit in medications, turns your head into a speaker, and then they go through your smart meter or your Wi-Fi or whatever, just kind of use that as a traveling means to broadcast, using your head as a speaker.
Well, yeah, people were talking about Wi-Fi earlier and shutting it off before you go to bed.
There is a difference. I have noticed it. I heard you guys talking about it, and I have noticed a difference, and I sleep better. And you also got,
the thing is,
you got to think about coil.
That Wi-Fi is like a mini harp.
Right.
It can put in any kind of electrical signal. Like a harp station.
And if you're sleeping on coils, that makes a difference too. You know?
Amplifier.
Yeah. You know, that's going to go right through your coils. And sometimes if you put your ear up to your mattress, like move the pillow out of the way and just put your ear up to the mattress, you can hear what sounds like a telegraph machine. Where it's like dee 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 dee. Like you can hear frequency going through your bed. Oh, I've heard it. Just give it a try sometime. But I do notice a much better sleep when I shut the Wi-Fi off. You're still getting hit with your neighbors, at least I am here, but it's very weak because I get the 5 bars where I am because of mine. So yeah, it does make a difference. You will notice that you slept a little better, and also you feel a little less aggravated in the morning. That morning aggravation is kind of like you didn't get the right type of sleep. Like your body's trying to recharge, but the Wi-Fi and all this bullshit, it's kind of like not helping you boot up correctly in the mornings.
That's right, because I haven't had mine off in 10 years.
Really? How did it work?
Huh? Well, I don't know about 10 years. I should say at least 5 years I know I've been wireless. It hasn't been shut off yet.
You haven't even tried it once?
No, I said I have to try it.
Oh, God, man. You'll notice a huge difference then. Man, yeah, if you were like on and off, that's one thing you might not have noticed, but just constantly on, do like 2 days maybe. You'll probably notice it in the first day, but if you don't, try 2 days. I usually fall asleep to something like, a YouTube video or whatever, so that's upstairs, the Wi-Fi's downstairs, so I usually leave it on. But some nights you shut it off, boy, you sleep a lot better. That could be adding to everybody's aggravation levels too.
Well, our brains work on electromagnetic impulses, so of course all that shit can fuck with us. I mean, have you ever noticed when the power goes out, like in your whole city, like maybe for even just a night or a day or even a couple days, that at first you're like, oh God, I'm going to be so bored, blah, blah, blah. There's no light, nothing to do, but sit there on your couch doing nothing. And you're peaceful, content. You go outside and it's extra quiet. Like it's always quiet at midnight, right? There's like this background hum that you don't ever notice until it's gone. You know what I mean?
You feel the difference when the power
Right.
is out. You can feel it.
That's right.
It feels better.
Yeah, I used to love it, man.
Yeah, you break out the decks of cards, man. Break out the board games.
Yeah. Shoot, what do y'all think? I'm gonna maybe shut it down soon, huh?
No
Maybe do
problem.
something. Huh?
I said no problem.
Oh, there's Dread. Dread's back. You got half or what?
Just came on. Yeah.
Who's in?
I think he was in chat.
Yeah, he's in.
Kind of wonder what happened with his phone.
Yo, fire one up, Jimmy.
Me, I never fire him up.
Bullshit. Fire
Or
one
you
up.
never have one fired up, you mean?
Oh, that kind of fire.
I can fire one of them up too. Well, it's half one now. There we go.
Show you this plant real quick. So, see, it's growing out of desert. You see that?
What in the
Out of
world?
the desert? Somebody's watering it for you right now.
No watering. We only started watering it once it started budding and noticed that it was living.
Damn. What?
Hey guys.
Welcome back.
I
Get
don't
the
know what
NSA out of your computer.
No, that was my tablet. I don't know if it overheated or what happened. Hacked. Oh well.
You fuzzed
I
out
said-
once the other day on my hangout though too.
Yeah. Oh damn, that's a nice
Wow.
Yeah, nice and crystally.
picture. Jeez.
Yep. That's a Christmas dream.
Yeah. Right on.
It's got some buds hanging dry. But yeah, there's grasshoppers living in this plant, and they must be eating the weed because they're moving really, really slow. Earth is like rock hard. It's poor soil. I mean, it's absolutely shouldn't be growing. But
That's
it was
amazing.
scraggly. There's 3 of them. They're scraggly little things, and then started budding about a month ago. Dug little trenches around it and just started filling them with water, so it at least get water, you know. But nothing else. That's all the care it's had.
Nice.
Let you know how it goes.
Yeah, no, I'd like to see what happens. See what comes out of it. I'm sure something good.
Definitely looks dank as shit. Stickier than hell. That's good.
What did I miss? What were we talking about before I left?
Something about some kind of reality or dream. One of them things.
Damn it, it's gone.
Astral projection.
Yeah.
Remote
I think
viewing.
he's talking about the experience she had or something like that. I don't know. That out of body experience or whatever a couple months back.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I was talking about that too. And yeah, that was interesting. I don't know what that was, but it looks like Caveman was saying in the chat that he experienced something like that too. So I don't know. I'll have to ask him more about his little experience. I don't have any answers for it as to what it was, but strange. It was strange when it happens to you and someone's like, well, you know, sure it's easily explainable, but it's just the feeling was not like anything else. Like, I don't know. it's just one of those things you can't really explain to other people, I guess, right? Whatever. Unless they've gone through it themselves or something, or they can relate or something. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, I
Like
knew.
trying to describe tripping on a drug, and no, they've never tripped before. It's like,
Yeah, how do you
where do you even
really
start?
get that across to somebody? Exactly. It's all
No, I
good.
need to go to OBE Anonymous. That's the only people that'll understand anything you experience, and that it's too
Is that
close.
real?
Well, no, it should be.
Yeah.
Oh, make it.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, no, I wonder how many people have maybe experienced lots of things like that or experienced on a daily basis. Maybe I was close to something that was too much for me to handle at the time, and that's why it felt overwhelming. Maybe it doesn't usually feel that way. Whatever it was, I don't know. Maybe I wasn't ready. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
hard to be.
I won't presume.
Two mics going at the same time. But yeah, it's hard to just be thrust into an alternate reality, you know, when you're so used to this 3D world. And then,
especially when you've spent so much time looking and you're not looking and it slaps you in the face, you're just kind of shocked, right? Like, wow.
What about if you see something in an OBE that you never knew existed, and then you end up seeing the same thing on a television show? Is that synchronicity? Is that coincidence? Or is that, holy shit, those things are real?
No. Caveman was saying there that coincidence is just a cover-up they created to hide the true synchronicity of life, I think is what he was getting at. And perhaps he's right. Maybe synchronicity, you know, like gravity was explained away density and buoyancy. It's an alternate explanation, not truthful, but
No, it's truthful. It's accurate. It
no, I
doesn't,
mean
it doesn't include
coincidences.
any imaginary forces, though. It's just
I mean,
dealing
maybe
with forces.
the word, the idea of coincidences, maybe that is contrived and like gravity. I don't know.
yeah, they definitely try to play things down, like they put fantasy in TV shows that's actually reality, but it's played off as fantasy so that you think, oh, that's just from a movie, and then you start talking about it one day and people think you're crazy. It's all fairy tales.
Yeah, this is backwards for me. Like, I saw the thing first, and then I saw it on TV. It wasn't like I saw it on TV and then I saw it. Like, I didn't watch Stargate, Atlantis, or any of those shows before, and then my friend had it on, and there was one of those friggin' things that I saw, and that freaked the shit out of me because I never saw that show before. So that to me apparently means that these things are real, and they're sticking it in our faces on TV.
Yeah, I think certain YouTubers like Russian Vids and Quasi-Luminous to a degree are correct in how they like to put this stuff in our face.
Oh, absolutely.
It's right there for you to see if you can see it.
Yeah.
Or see it, really.
Or is it the universe putting it there as a sign?
Perhaps.
And they don't have control over it.
The universe putting it out there through them. Maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Through anything too. But all that stuff, because the truth is always out there. It's never like just totally fabricated lies. It's always a twist of the truth, you know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
always
they
like the Flat
I
Earth
don't know.
Society, right? Like the old Flat Earth Society. They were half-truths, right? The one from the
Right.
70s or whatever. You know, they mixed a lot of truth with a lot of bullshit, right? The disc part, the whole, you know, how he traveled around with his rock, saying that he fell off the edge and grabbed onto the rock and brought it
No.
back to show everybody and stuff, right?
What? I never heard that part.
Yeah,
See, I
Yeah,
never looked at it too
I've never
much.
been to their site.
he used to travel around apparently,
Wow.
found giving talks, and he would bring this rock with him apparently, and he would explain that when he went over the edge of the flat Earth, you know, just disinformation mixed with some good information that they would share with people, some of the proofs that we use, but then he'd mix in this
Yeah.
outrageous bullshit, right?
Because then that discredits the true information too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, they're a show agent for sure. They're not real. Ugh.
Speaking of the flat Earth, why is everybody obsessed with the freaking Antarctica? That's a diversion. It's the North Pole. No one's talking about the North Pole.
Well, the North Pole
Easy.
is where, yeah.
There
That's
could
what
be a
I've been
fucking
saying.
giant mountain there, for God's sakes. Let's go see. That's easier to
Giant
see than
green
trying to
movie.
find an edge.
I
And look,
assure
all you got to
that
do
we can
is
come at
follow.
from sides. Yep.
Well, all you got to do is follow the red arrow on your compass straight there. I mean, you don't got to go searching around. You just follow your compass straight.
And
Yeah.
the whole, yeah, it seems obvious to me, but the whole test, I don't know why we can't just get two boats to sail in opposite directions around Antarctica. That seems to me the easiest proof. We don't have to even go to Antarctica. If the two boats leave going in two different directions and they meet in 2 weeks, we know we were wrong, right? If they take a month or longer, actually all the way around the circumference of the Earth.
Well, that's
Simple.
you're talking millions of dollars for funding for that kind of thing.
To sail in a boat?
You're
Billions?
gonna cost the fuel and supplies that could maybe.
Well, I
make
could
it
see
a
tens
couple
of thousands. I know fuel is expensive, but you're looking at tens of thousands. I'm not talking about battleships. I'm talking yachts, perhaps. And I don't know how close you could get without hitting icebergs. So obviously not in iceberg territory.
How are
So
you
you'd
going to
need a special
refuel?
boat for that.
How are
So
you going to
you need-
refuel?
I don't have the details worked out, but there's got to be a way to sail two boats around Antarctica and prove, right? There's got to be a way.
There is. It's just very expensive. Most things that to prove this are outside of the common person's budget. We can't afford these things, or else we would do them. But we can afford to get to the center. I think we can afford to get past Canada to that area. That's all strange. I think we can afford that. That's within our budget, and we can kind of follow the compass so we know where we're going. As where you go to Antarctica, well, which direction do we go, guys? Let's just go straight. Like
There
you're
is
walking
no.
into like share what? You
You're
don't
totally.
know.
Yeah, you're walking into the unknown for sure.
Yeah, no compasses are working. You don't know where the hell you're going. You don't know what you're looking for.
Right.
You're just gonna keep going, and you don't. That's some wild goose chase.
Right.
It is.
It is. And no one talks about the North Pole. Nobody.
Well,
they always only talk about going to Antarctica, flying.
Yeah, that's
birds,
me. Like, pay attention to even Admiral Byrd was trying to take attention away from the North Pole. He's like, oh, and it's getting crowded up there, so we're focusing on it.
But then he wrote that book. But then he wrote that crazy book. So it's like, is he like the first disinformation agent of of the anti-flat Earth, of the global society? Like, the hollow Earth book he wrote. I mean, like, what's up with that shit?
And did he even write it though?
Perhaps not. I don't know if he wrote it. His name's on it.
Yeah, we got to wonder how many of these people, especially famous people, actually write these books. They just probably just put their names on them. Somebody else writes them, and somebody else gets paid.
Exactly.
Same thing with musicians. They're writing somebody else's lyrics, or the music to somebody else's lyrics a lot of the time.
Yep, quite often. Yeah, no, I'm sure it happens. Yeah, I don't know. When you're most of the time when you're a musician that plays in a type of band, there's so many dues that you have to pay before you get to the certain level where you're noticed by a lot of people that it's pretty hard to fake that shit and have someone do your shit for you. The talent shot, like other musicians see that shit, right? They know if you're gifted or not, right? They can tell if you're gifted. And I don't know. I think most musicians write their own material, but I think a lot of these groups that have been pieced together by record labels obviously have no talent whatsoever, right? But I honestly see most of the musicians I ever met, even high level ones like Nickelback and stuff, grind it out in the jam room. They grind it out, writing the
You don't talk
songs.
shit about NSYNC, damn it.
Yeah.
Backstreet Boys.
You know,
Backstreet Boys were a garage band before they ever got famous.
yeah. Well, bands like Backstreet and Spice Girls, they were contrived groups created by record labels, and their music is written for them. Definitely.
Jonas Brothers.
Oh yeah, they don't even try to deny that, you know.
Yeah, they suck. Sorry. I don't like that stuff. Yeah. No, but yeah, a lot of musicians will just have to prove themselves before they get to any stage of recognition. But I mean, these days it's different, right? There's a lot of studio musicians these days who can perfect their art before they're never seen. You never have to see some of these artists, right? You love their music, and who cares? It doesn't matter. Whatever. I don't know. As long as the music's good, I guess. Who cares who wrote it?
Yeah, I know, but what nefarious purpose was behind these instructions, as I call it?
Exactly. Yeah, some of these artists with all their covering the eye and doing all the shit they do, it's like, man.
Well, that must just be, that's obviously probably insider code to each other, or...
I think so.
I mean, you got to figure they have some kind of a stupid-ass Orphan Annie secret code language to each other that they communicate to each other so they don't all have to call each other up. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to do that.
Yeah.
They just know that code means this. It's kind of like Roman numerals. You put them all together.
Yeah, and symbols. Yep. Like, I think magazines like Time Magazine, People Magazine will do that on their covers and stuff. With a lot of their covers, they'll have messages that only certain people will get and understand.
There's definitely those messages are all on the food labels. Every food label has a corporate logo symbol, and some symbols, whether it be the stars or the sun symbol, that's the good food, that's the bad food, that's the kosher food. Like there's a symbol to represent what to eat, what not to eat for them. Like they know what the symbols mean. Some of them are just innocent mom and pop companies picking just a regular corporate logo that they just, but that's just the little mom and pop companies. We're talking about the big names. I mean, if I see a food product on TV, I'm not buying it. I'm not eating it because I recognize it on television. So I'm gonna go with the mom and pop brand.
Yeah.
It's crazy how all of these companies, they all have the freaking sun symbolism or the Saturn rings or
stars.
Look at a pack of cigarettes. Every pack of cigarettes has a fucking pyramid on it. What?
Just about, huh?
I might lose connection again, guys. This is dying here. My phone's dying now. Everything's dying. Oh.
That's right. We're gonna shut it down pretty soon. Either way, so might do another little one tomorrow.
Okay. You still like the green, huh? I moved away a little bit from the and got into this.
Oh yeah.
You know what that is? It's not crack.
That's
I do
shatter.
crack.
That's shatter.
Yeah.
I love. My favorite is butter, not.
Oh, do you like the butter?
Whipped. Oh yeah, it's got the most flavor. Terps.
I suppose that could be true.
What, ganja butter?
Yeah. Not the kind you eat, but it's a kind of wax or oil that's whipped into a creamy. It's just easier to work with. I had a vape pen, and I found that it was the easiest, and it always had the most flavor because it's got less heat.
Vape pen.
Yeah. Is that for wax though?
Pardon?
Is that a wax vape pen or?
It's for shatter.
Oh,
or
nice.
Or whatever you want in it. It's got a digital readout, so it tells you how much percentage is left in the battery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where do you put the wax?
I've seen people take those things off of the Borg in Star Trek.
So it comes into that, right?
Oh yeah, cool. Fuck
and then
yeah, dude.
it's got a top.
Hmm.
Screws up.
And that's for tobacco?
No.
And it's got dual coil burners in it.
Yeah.
It's pretty gummy right now.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Mine would get splattered gummy shit.
I like avoiding the whole. I don't have to roll anymore. No more rolling. No more nonsense.
That's right.
But this tends to it brings up the conversation. Does marijuana break the programming?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer.
It certainly helps.
Maybe it doesn't break it, but it stops.
Mind.
You know anybody who smokes weed though, who for one has cancer, and for two, if you said, "Hey, the government's lying," are they gonna kick you out of their houses? They're gonna be like, "No shit, they're lying." Like,
yeah. That's weird, isn't it?
and that's like across the board.
Yeah.
So I could see why they find
not a lot of pothead globetard trolls. You know what I mean?
No.
I'd say that as a generalization.
Osmond might be an exception.
Yeah, you don't see them talking about it. No. They're always busy working.
I've noticed too, there's not a lot of pot smokers that are morbidly obese.
I know some.
Really?
Oh yeah, they're daily smokers. They smoke the good stuff, and yeah, some of them are pretty big. Yeah.
Well, a lot of them are. You would think with the munchies all the time.
The far majority, I would say, Ace has got a point. For the majority of us, we're slim or at best medium built.
Right.
I mean, look at this. This is a beanpole here.
Yeah, tell me about it. I'm the same way.
Yeah.
Definitely majority, but I think maybe it's the munchies thing. Like they still get the munchies. Maybe that's it, and they're just
constantly munch.
My brother-in-law, we was just talking about today. I went down there and fixed her toilet. He put on about 40 more pounds. He backed up about like 265. He said he'd like to get rid of 30 or 40 pounds real quick. I said, I'd like to put on 30 pounds real quick. I'm 6 foot tall and yeah, 6 foot tall and $150. I'm a beanpole.
No, I hear you. Yeah, I'm 6'3", 157. So same.
You're skinnier than me.
About the same. Probably. Maybe. Look at this shit. I got an authentic Star Wars 1977 action figure. And look at the shit. It's yellow. The center's fucking yellow. Do you remember the Mandela?
I don't remember the yellow. I do not remember the yellow. I got all mine too. My original Star Wars.
Look at this original Han Solo.
I got him. Yeah, with that bent arm, I couldn't stand it. Yeah, there.
Yeah, it sucks.
It looks so stupid when you put a gun in that bent arm because you kind of had the sidearm pointed at somebody.
So no, this is just making me think like, like you guys have a conflict with sci-fi and then the lies that we've been fed by NASA. Like, I personally love sci-fi, and I'm not going to stop loving sci-fi just because I know that it's bullshit and it's a fairy tale. It's like telling somebody to me, I look at it like it's like telling somebody to hate fucking Santa because Santa's not real. You know it's not real. You need to hate it. And now that you know it's now that you know it's fake, you should hate it. Well, you know, now that I know space is fake, do I need to hate my Star Wars shit? I collected all these things for my kids, right? We have the whole collection, like every Star Wars toy ever. And I love watching science fiction. And I refuse to hate science fiction just because it is what it is. Fiction. It's fiction. And I realize that. And I believe a healthy mind in this community should be able to still enjoy science fiction and not feel guilty about watching it or feel like, oh, I'm just being brainwashed. If you're aware of what's going on, you're not being programmed anymore. It's just a fun form of entertainment, like watching a horror movie. You know, not about to go become an axe murderer because you were watching a horror movie, right? So
it's a whole new experience now with Flat Earth because now you're looking for the Flat Earth references in Star Trek, in Star Wars. And I see them now, so I'm still enjoying them, but now I'm seeing them from the next level.
Yeah.
But wait, on the other hand, I just started watching science fiction after becoming a flat earther. I never got into it, but I'm a history and discovery type of channel viewer when I do turn on the boob tube.
Okay.
And the History Channel, you know, they do a lot of NASA coverage there. They just had a Pluto show on the other day, so I watch a lot of science fiction.
Now, like Jibby said, when I see that, when I watch Discovery now, all I see is just programming after programming now.
Yeah.
It's awful. Like Discovery's really, really bad. I think they're exceptionally the ancient alien
all the
stuff,
alien stuff they're doing
ancient
too
aliens,
with it.
Full on psyop. That is a full on psyop. I'm guarantee it. That is totally here to distract us from truth. It's total nonsense, and I bought into it for years. I followed ufology like you wouldn't believe.
I know. I remember them introducing all that on the internet before ancient aliens was even a thought in somebody's home.
Me too. Yeah.
And they introduced it online first, and then we all bit the hook. We bit the worm for it and ran with it. Oh, Nibiru. Oh, Zachariah Sitchin. Blah blah blah. So we perpetuated the story, and everybody called us nuts. And now that it's on Ancient Aliens, now it's real. We were nuts with talking about it back then. Now it's on TV. Now it's real. But now we think that that's the lie. So we're stepping on our own shit from back then. Like we do that. So you could see why people are turned off by the conspiracy crowds.
Yeah. I'll tell you, 20 years ago, you asked your grandma if she believes in aliens. Hell no.
Hell no. Now?
Now they all do. Everyone does.
Yeah. It's hilarious. Yeah, we've been programmed through Hollywood completely. Like a couple of years ago, I was a full-on ufologist. I knew everything. I could tell you anything about all the races and all that dumb shit. And Flat Earth fucking snapped me out of it, man. I swear, like it was like, holy shit, that shit is fake. Obviously, it's fake.
So
like,
you're not into the Andromedans, or not?
Years.
So the Andromedans anymore, and the Galactic Federation of Light. They're not going to come and save us. It's
the Palladians are.
Andromeda, yeah. They're watching from far away and just waiting to see what happens. Yeah, and they've disabled our nuclear weapons. Yeah,
I
once
know. When they show us the video of that incident, it's a cartoon, isn't it? They're showing us like this little drawing or whatever, and it beamed the thing at the missile, and it's like, okay, no real footage. All right.
none. There is no real footage of that shit still. We have years and years, and you have these channels that have been going for years that I watched for a long time, and they're good guys. Like you have Secure Team 10, you have Third Phase of Moon. I mean, they were big on this scene, and people send them footage constant weird anomalies. But here's my question to these people is, perhaps are those ships government made? I think so. They're man-made. You're seeing man-made ships.
Well, I got a good look at one up close, and I really don't know if man made it, because this thing, man, if man made this thing, they're so far ahead of us, and they really are giving us the bottom of the garbage for technology and civilian everything. Like literally the bottom of the garbage. If they have this kind of thing that can move 5,000 miles an hour silently and detach like 3 lights in a triangle that can detach and go in separate directions, form together and form a ball lightning plasma in the center. I've seen this thing up close, probably 100, 150 feet away. So if they have that, I don't know who made it. But if that's man that made that, we really are in the shitter. We're like in the pig pie.
Yeah, I've seen a UFO with 2 other friends. It was scary shit. About 12 years old. I guess old boy's camera died finally.
Was it a close UFO?
I'm so scared. You know, aliens used to be my worst fucking fear as a kid, man. That was like that would be scarier than a robber coming up with a gun in your face. Is to see a fucking alien, to me.
Yeah, waking
you know
up
what I mean?
Seeing like 7 of those shits at the foot of your bed, yeah.
Or being on their operating table. Have you seen Fire in the Sky?
Oh yeah.
Remember when he's laying there and they put that sheet over him and it sucks down like a vacuum around him, like skin tight.
Yep, vacuum seal. And they got to cut his mouth open so he can breathe. Yep.
But then the worst part ever, because I have this fear of getting anything in my eye, like anything, like people throwing sharp objects. I'm like, I'm out of here. Fuck y'all guys. You know, is in Fire in the Sky, that big thing with the needles, like, you know what I mean? Yeah. That would be like my worst nightmare, is to have a needle slowly coming towards my eye. I think.
I couldn't even do contacts. I couldn't stick my own damn finger in my eye.
It took me a long time to get used to contacts. It took 45 minutes per eye. Now I can do 2 eyes in under 30 seconds. That takes a lot of mental training to get past that. That was the same way.
Yep.
Damn, man. That was a wonderful. You must have fucking big ass lungs.
Oh, hold on. I'll get you a good one.
That's a fog machine.
Wow, dude.
I'd do that. I'd be coughing up my lung. I'd be wearing my lung on the outside of my throat.
I'd rather hire you than get a fog machine to DJ a party.
I was gonna say I'd be me on the first.
Yep.
Give me one of them vape pens once, try it.
Oh man,
I'm old school. I never even tried one.
Me either.
I tried one a long time ago, back when they were just pens, and it didn't really work. You gotta be able to
That thing
blow the
you got,
smoke.
is that for herb too?
It can be.
Is that what you're smoking right now, herb?
This is
Hey,
like
Larry.
a liquid. This is juice. I tried one a long time ago, back when they were just pens.
Turn your watch page down, Larry.
Very low.
Is that for herb too?
Can be.
Is that what you're smoking right now?
You noob.
No, he's not a noob. That's just it. He's not a noob. He just tries to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, what Jimmy said, I haven't heard him do that in a while. The confirmation man.
Larry?
I'm sorry. I'm doing it now.
Wake up! Well, I should have said that loud. I should have said that loud. Mrs. Hillbilly Live will wake up.
I don't see it. Watch page. What's that?
He's not a noob, though.
Just in spirit.
So how much that vaporizer run you then?
This is like $200.
Whoa!
Man.
Yeah, this tank is like $60.
Buy a lot of pack of papers for $200.
Yeah, I know, but I've had it for a year, and the juice is cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's more than made up for it. And these batteries. Let me grab this one. It takes two of these big giant ass batteries. Look at that. 35 amps each.
Damn.
So this thing's got 70 amps of power. 200 watts. Can you believe that? It's like a fucking, I don't know, it's like a stove.
Yeah, that's a little ridiculous.
No, it's the heat that breaks it out, though.
Yeah.
It's like when I throw shade leaves in chili, that's why I let it simmer and I let it somewhat scorch a little bit. Get the temperature up high enough to where it breaks the THC out of the leaves.
You make chili with weed?
Well, my shade leaves, I'll chop them up real fine and throw them in chili.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Decarboxylate it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna do next. That wafer that Jed was showing, that wax.
Yeah.
That's like 1,000 doses of edibles.
Yeah.
10 milligrams.
He's talking about all the details of it the other day when I came on my hangout.
Yeah. But if you were to cook that down and activate it, like decarb it,
yeah,
you would only have to eat a tiny little piece. You know what I mean? Could you imagine if you ate that whole thing and it was decarb? Oh my god, dude! You'd be like on an acid trip.
Hey guys, sorry about that.
No problem. But wonder how much herb it takes to make a little piece like that.
About so for 1 gram of that, it takes 3 to 5 grams of herb.
Oh hell, that ain't bad.
No, because a lot of the herb now has 25 to 30% THC in it.
Yeah, and
so you collect that all into one pile. You know what I mean?
A little over an eighth to make 1 gram. That ain't bad.
Right. And it's wild, man. It's, I don't know, it's different than smoking weed. It's You don't.
Anybody put the directions on how to make it on YouTube yet?
It must
Yeah.
be.
There's a couple ways. You can. The way I would do it is to make bubble hash. That's like the most organic way. You take all these bags, like about 5 different bags, and they all have different size holes. They're like screen bags. You take a 5-gallon bucket with ice water in it, and you put all the herb in these bags, and you shake it around, and that ice water hardens the crystals up, and they all fall off. And then they sift through each screen to finer and finer, so you get 5 levels of fineness. And then you just take that, and it's basically the same thing as that wax. I mean, you just compress it into a ball if you wanted, or you just leave it like keef,
Yeah.
do it that way. Or you take a PVC pipe.
Because the other day when I met Dredge, I was talking about you. I was asking if that was the same thing, and I couldn't remember what you called it. Keef.
Yeah. Keef is, to me, that's like just all the crystals on the bottom of a bag. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or if you use a grinder and it's got the screen on the bottom, collects all that good dust.
I've been smoking dope for over 40 years, but I'm pretty dumb one. I ain't very street smart when it comes to all these new drugs.
Yeah. And it was pretty good back then too. Cause I've always heard it was like weed just got better and better,
No, I honestly think weed was better back then. The old tie stick, the old Sensibilian.
Yeah, tie sticks.
Yeah.
In Jamaica.
It was plentiful. Even back then, Acapulco Gold was about as brown could be, actually, but it was actually good. It was a good brown herb. Now there's no such thing as a good brown herb.
Now they got blue and purple and white and black. Have you seen black? Yeah. Like black ice. It's black and it's frosted with white. It's so purple that it's fucking black. The whole bud.
Damn.
It's crazy. But
it seems like the buzz was more intense back then, but maybe I just got accustomed. I don't know, because after all, it has been. I've been smoking. I was 13, so that means it was 1974 when I started smoking.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yep. Good shit. Edibles, personally, that's my favorite way to do it.
43 years. Like I said, if you can collect a pension off of smoking dope, where's my pension?
Well, Bob Marley did it.
Yeah.
Cheech and Chong. But yeah, hey guys, I think I'm gonna call it a night.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on. Good talking with you again.
Yeah, it's time to say goodbye to Ace McCloud and his friends. They would like to thank you folks for kindly jumping. All right. Hey, see you later, man.
Oh, yeah. All right, guys. Thanks, y'all in chat. Have a good night.
All right.
Thanks, JB.